And I don't know. You could do fun stuff with that. It could rain, and then it would like wash off, and you can just do it again. You have your kids play. I don't know. Seems like kind of fun thing. Get some attention.
Yeah, that does. I mean, fully customized. I guess that looks really cool. Some people thought it was yours, right?
Yeah, that's okay. They can think that. I still never even touched one. I didn't even touch that one.
What?
Yeah, dude. I've only seen 2 of them here. One is Heavy D's from the Diesel Brothers, and the other one was this dude. So.
Did you meet the guy?
What?
Did you meet the person?
No one's there.
I mean, they're everywhere in Austin. Like every block has one right now.
I'm still really excited when I see him because I saw one in Austin, with Omar when we were out eating, and then I saw 2 in here.
Test real quick.
Okay, let's go. We can't hear anything.
Okay, hold on. Keep talking.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Here, can you hear it? That's the intro music.
Yeah. Are you in your car playing it?
Yeah, I'm playing it on YouTube on my car right now.
Yeah, I think that could work until Omar gets home in 5 minutes.
I got my Model S. I'll be home fast.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he's going with the Model S.
I got the bagel. This Asian lady had to order all these bagels. And she's like, I need blueberry. I need this. And she's like arguing with her. Why is it $9? Why is it not $15? I wanted to shout, hurry up. I got to get to this OpenAI presentation. But I said, oh, no, it's okay.
Well, thank God you got the plaid.
I wasn't okay with it.
I'll just leave it on till you get home, Omar, and you get something set up.
Sounds good. Thank God he's got the plaid so he can't go 200 miles an hour to home.
Yeah, it's lame. I'm going to beatbox along with this, and you're all going to have to listen. If you guys send me tips, I'll stop beatboxing. No tips? Okay, I'll keep. I know Omar always leaves when I play music, but maybe he'll stick around for the beatboxing. $58, $57, $56, $55, $54, $53, $52, 51 seconds, guys. 50, 49, 48. Yeah, just let me know how the sound is when they start talking. Make sure it's all right.
It's really good right now. Can you hear me okay?
Okay. So I'm sitting in my Tesla just waiting, right? And man, there's a waiting room, but I love just sitting in my Tesla. It's like the best freaking place. So comfortable. You can watch a YouTube video, hang out with some friends. All right, here we go.
Hi everyone, thank you. It's great to have you here today.
Today I'm going to talk about 3 things. That's it. We will start with why it's so important to us to have a product that we can make freely available and broadly available to everyone. And we're always trying to find out ways to reduce friction so everyone can use ChatGPT wherever they are. So today, we'll be releasing the desktop version of ChatGPT and the refreshed UI that makes it simpler to use, much more natural as well. But the big news today is that we are launching our new flagship model, and we are calling it GPT-4o. The special thing about GPT-4o is that it brings GPT-4 level intelligence to everyone, including our free users. We'll be showing some live demos today to show the full extent of the capabilities of our new model, and we'll be rolling them out iteratively over the next few weeks. All right, so let's get started. A very important part of our mission is to be able to make our advanced AI tools available to everyone for free. We think it's very, very important that people have an intuitive feel for what the technology can do. And so we really want to pair it with this broader understanding. And we're always finding ways to reduce that friction. And recently we made ChatGPT available without the sign-up flow. And today we're also bringing the desktop app to ChatGPT because we want you to be able to use it wherever you are. As you can see, it's easy, it's simple, it integrates very, very easily in your workflow. Along with it, we've also refreshed the UI. We know that these models get more and more complex, but we want the experience of interaction to actually become more natural, easy, and for you not to focus on the UI at all, but just focus on the collaboration with ChatGPT. And now the big news. Today, we are releasing our newest flagship model. This is GPT-4o. GPT-4o provides GPT-4 level intelligence, but it is much faster, and it improves on its capabilities across text, vision, and audio. For the past couple of years, we've been very focused on improving the intelligence of these models, and they've gotten pretty good. But this is the first time that we are really making a huge step forward when it comes to the ease of use. And this is incredibly important because we're looking at the future of interaction between ourselves and the machines. And we think that GPT-4o is really shifting that paradigm into the future of collaboration, where this interaction becomes much more natural and far, far easier. But making this happen is actually quite complex because when we interact with one another, there's a lot of stuff that we take for granted. The ease of our dialogue when we interrupt one another, the background noises, the multiple voices in a conversation, or understanding the tone of voice. All of these things are actually quite complex for these models. And until now, with voice mode, we had 3 models that come together to deliver this experience. We have transcription, intelligence, and then text-to-speech. All comes together in orchestration to deliver voice mode. This also brings a lot of latency to the experience, and it really breaks that immersion in the collaboration with ChatGPT. But now, with GPT-4o, this all happens natively. GPT-4o reasons across voice, text, and vision. And with these incredible efficiencies, it also allows us to bring the GPT-4 class intelligence to our free users. This is something that we've been trying to do for many, many months, and we're very, very excited to finally bring GPT-4o to all of our users. Today, we have 100 million people, more than 100 million, in fact. They use ChatGPT to create, work, learn. And we have these advanced tools that are only available to our paid users, at least until now. With the efficiencies of 4.0, we can bring these tools to everyone. So starting today, you can use GPTs in the GPT store. So far, we've had more than 1 million users create amazing experiences with GPTs. These are custom chat GPTs for specific use cases. They're available in the store. And now our builders have a much bigger audience where university professors can create content for their students, or podcasters can create content for their listeners. And you can also use Vision. So now you can upload screenshots, photos, documents containing both text and images, and you can start conversations with ChatGPT about all of this content. You can also use memory, where it makes ChatGPT far more useful and helpful because now it has a sense of continuity across all your conversations. And you can use Browse, where you can search for real-time information in your conversation, and advanced data analysis, where you can upload charts or any information, and it will analyze this information, it will give you answers, and so on. Lastly, we've also improved on the quality and speed in 50 different languages for ChatGPT. And this is very, very important because we want to be able to bring this experience to as many people out there as possible. So we're very, very excited to bring GPT 4.0 to all of our free users out there. And for the paid users, they will continue to have up to 5 times the capacity limits of our free users. But GPT 4.0 is not only available in ChatGPT, we're also bringing it to the API. So our developers can start building today with GPT 4.0 and making amazing AI applications, deploying them at scale. 4.0 is available at 2x faster, 50% cheaper, and 5 times higher rate limits compared to GPT-4 Turbo. But, as we bring these technologies into the world, it's quite challenging to figure out how to do so in a way that's both useful and also safe. And GPT 4.0 presents new challenges for us when it comes to safety, because we're dealing with real-time audio, real-time vision. And our team has been hard at work figuring out how to build in mitigations against misuse. Stakeholders out there, government, media, entertainment, all industries, red teamers, civil society, to figure out how to best bring these technologies into the world. So over the next few weeks, we'll continue our iterative deployment to bring out all the capabilities to you. But today, I want to show you all these capabilities. So we'll do some live demos. I will bring on 2 of our research leads, Mark Chen and Berit Zoff, to join us for the demo.
Hi, I'm Berit.
Hey, I'm Mark. So one of the key capabilities we're really excited to share with you today is real-time conversational speech. Let's just get a demo fired up. So I'm taking out a phone. If you are wondering about this wire, it's so we have consistent internet. And if you see, there's this little icon on the bottom right of the ChatGPT app, and this will open up GPT 4.0's audio capabilities. Hey, ChatGPT, I'm Mark. How are you?
Oh, Mark. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Hey, so I'm on stage right now. I'm doing a live demo, and frankly, I'm feeling a little bit nervous. Can you help me calm my nerves a little bit?
Oh, you're doing a live demo right now? That's awesome. Just take a deep breath. And remember, you're the expert here.
I like that suggestion. Let me try a couple deep breaths. Can you give me feedback on my breaths? Okay, here I go.
Whoa, slow down a bit there. Mark, you're not a vacuum cleaner. Breathe in for a count of 4.
Okay, let me try again. So I'm gonna breathe in deeply and then breathe out.
For 4, and then exhale slowly.
Okay, I'll try again. Breathing in and breathe out.
That's it. How do you feel?
I feel a lot better. Thank you so much.
So Mark, you've been working on these capabilities for a while now. Can you tell us a bit how it's different from voice mode?
Right. So if you've used our voice mode experience before, you'll notice a couple key differences. First, you can now interrupt the model. You don't have to wait for it to finish your turn before you can start speaking, and you can just butt in whenever you want. Second, the model is real-time responsiveness. So that means that you don't have this awkward 2 to 3 second lag before you wait for the model to give a response. And finally, the model picks up on emotion, right? When I was breathing super hard there, it could tell, and it knew, hey, you might want to calm down a little bit. You're kind of running a little bit too fast. So, it really has that capability across the board to perceive your emotion. Not only that, though, the model is able to generate voice in a variety of different emotive styles. And it really has a wide dynamic range. So I'm going to fire up another demo for that. Yeah. Hey, ChatGPT, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Pretty good.
What's up?
So my friend Barrett here, he's been having trouble sleeping lately. And I want you to tell him a bedtime story about robots and love.
Oh, a bedtime story about robots and love? I got you covered. Gather round, Barrett. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Byte. Byte was a curious robot, always exploring.
Started this story, but I want a little bit more emotion in your voice, a little bit more drama.
Got it. Let's add some drama. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Byte.
No, ChatGPT. I really want maximal emotion, like maximal expressiveness, much more than you were doing before.
Understood. Let's amplify the drama. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Byte. Byte was...
Can you do this in a robotic voice now?
Initiating dramatic robotic voice. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Byte. Byte was a curious robot, always exploring new circuits.
Seeing, Barrett here, calm down a little bit. Can you end the story, but do it in a singing voice?
And so Byte found another robot friend, and they lived circuitly ever after.
Thank you so much.
I definitely feel a lot more relaxed.
You've just seen the voice capabilities, but we also want to show you the vision capabilities, as the model can also see the whole world around us.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, as you can see, you can chat with ChatGPT in real time, but you can also interact with it with video as well. Okay, so let me boot up ChatGPT. Hey, ChatGPT.
Hello there. How's it going?
It's going really well. Today, I'd really like your help solving a math problem.
I'm all ears. What math problem can I help you tackle today?
So I'm going to write down a linear equation on a sheet of paper, and I'll show you. And then I'd love your help working me through it. But importantly, don't tell me the solution. Just help give me hints along the way.
Got it. Okay, I see it.
No, I didn't show you yet. Just give me help along the way. 1 second.
Whoops, I got too excited. I'm ready when you are.
So, ChatGPT, what equation did I write down there?
Ah, I see it now. You wrote down 3x plus 1 equals 4.
Yep, exactly. So what's the first step I should take to try to solve this?
The first step is to get all the terms with x on one side and the constants on the other side. So what do you think we should do with that plus 1?
Okay, I'm going to try to subtract 1 from both sides, and then I'll see what I get.
Great idea. Perfect. Now, what do you get when you subtract 1 from both sides?
Okay, so ChatGPT, this is what I ended up with. How does this look?
Spot on. Now you've isolated the term with x on one side, and it looks like 3x equal 3. What do you think we should do next to solve for x?
I'm not sure. Can you give me another hint?
Of course. You have 3x, and you want to find the value of x. Think about what operation would undo multiplication.
Is it subtraction?
Close, but think of the opposite of multiplication, because 3x means 3 times x.
Okay, I think it's division. Let me try to divide both sides by 3, and let me see what I get.
Bingo! Go ahead and divide both sides by 3.
Okay, so ChatGPT, this is what I ended up with. How does this look?
It looks perfect. You've solved it, and x equals 1. Nicely done. How do you feel about solving linear equations now?
Yeah, honestly, I'm now pretty confident I can solve linear equations. But why would you ever need to use this in the real world? I'm really skeptical.
That's a fair question. Linear equations pop up in a lot of everyday situations, even if we don't realize it. For example, calculating expenses, planning travel, cooking, and even in business for profit and loss calculations. It's basically a way to solve problems where you need to find an unknown value. Plus,
Wow.
it's
Okay. I have a lot of unknown values in my life. I'm totally convinced I'm going to learn math now.
I love that attitude. Math can definitely help solve some of life's mysteries. Whenever you're ready to dive into more math, I'm here for you. Anything else you'd like to tackle today?
So ChatGPT, I really love that you taught the value of math to my friend Mark. And I wrote one last thing I'd love if you could take a look at.
Of course. I'd love to see what you wrote. Show it to me whenever you're ready.
Okay, so this is what I wrote down. What do you see?
Oh, I see. I love ChatGPT. That's so sweet of you.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate all the help. So yeah, as we can see,
Wow, that's quite the outfit you've got on.
Yeah, as we can see, we can chat in real time to ChatGPT. And not only that, we can interact with it with video as well.
And I swear, if you look at Barrett's GPT history, it's all equations like this.
Now that you can do linear equations, can you
Yes.
show us something more complex?
I think so. Okay, next let's try something coding related. So let me take out a computer for this. Okay, so I'm going to open the ChatGPT desktop app like Mira was talking about before. Okay, and to give a bit of background on what's going on, so here we have a computer, and on the screen we have some code, and then the ChatGPT voice app is on the right. So ChatGPT will be able to hear me, but it can't see anything on the screen. So I'm going to highlight the code, Command C it, and then that will send it to ChatGPT, and then I'm going to talk about the code to ChatGPT. Hey, ChatGPT.
Hey there, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going really well. I was wondering if you could help me with a coding problem today.
Of course, I'd love to help you out. What's the coding problem you're dealing with?
Okay, I'm going to share with you some code. 1 second.
Sure thing. Take your time.
Okay, so I just shared some code with you. Could you give me a really brief 1-sentence description of what's going on in the code?
This code fetches daily weather data for a specific location and time period, smooths the temperature data using a rolling average, annotates a significant weather event on the resulting plot, and then displays the plot with the average, minimum, and maximum temperatures over the year.
Awesome, thanks so much. And in the code, there's this function foo. Can you describe to me what the plot would look like if I had versus didn't have this function?
Sure. The function foo xy takes in a data frame x containing temperature data and a window size y for calculating the rolling mean. It smooths the average temperature, minimum temperature, and maximum temperature columns by applying a rolling mean over the specified window. With the foo function, the plot would show smoother temperature lines because the rolling mean reduces the noise or fluctuations in the data.
Awesome.
Thanks
so much. So yeah, I definitely will want to apply this function. And so I'm going to generate the plot and then show it to you. Give me 1 second.
Absolutely. Take your time. I'm excited to see the plot when you're ready.
Yeah. So far, ChatGPT has only been able to see the code, and now I'm going to run it, and then I'll use the vision capabilities of the ChatGPT desktop app so it can actually see everything going on the screen as well. Okay, ChatGPT, I'm sharing with you the plot now. I'm wondering if you can give me a really brief one-sentence overview of what you see.
The plot displays smoothed average, minimum, and maximum temperatures throughout 2018, with a notable annotation marking a big rainfall event in late September.
Fantastic. I have another question for you. Which months do you see the hottest temperatures, and roughly what temperatures do those correspond to?
The hottest temperatures occur around July and August. The maximum temperature during these months is roughly between 25 degrees and 30 degrees, 77 degrees Fahrenheit to 86 degrees Fahrenheit.
What's going on with the y-axis? Is this in Celsius or Fahrenheit?
The y-axis is in Celsius. The temperatures are labeled accordingly, such as average temperature, minimum temperature, and maximum temperature.
Yeah. So as we can see, not only can ChatGPT help me solve very easy linear algebra equations that I need help with, it can also interact with code bases and see the outputs of plots and everything like this going on a computer.
So a few minutes ago, we asked the live audience on X to submit a few requests for what they would like us to try out here. So I will take a couple of prompts. Okay, Bot Gaskar wants to know if GPT-4o is capable of real-time translation. Mike, you want to try this one?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
I speak Italian, so we can just do English Italian.
Let's try to do English Italian. Sure, let's do it. Hey, ChatGPT, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. How about you? How's your day going?
I'm doing great. So I would like you to function as a translator. I have a friend here who only speaks Italian, and I only speak English. And every time you hear English, I want you to translate it to Italian. And if you hear Italian, I want you to translate it back to English. Is that good?
Perfetto.
Mark, io mi chiedo se le balene potessero parlare, cosa ci direbbero?
Mike, she wonders if whales could talk, what would they tell us?
They might ask, how do we solve linear equations?
Potrebbero chiederci come risolviamo le equazioni lineari.
Sicuramente sì.
Certainly, yes.
Great. Looks like it works.
All right. So the next one is from Burrito John 78, who asks, can you tell what you're feeling just by looking at your face? Barrett, you want to give this one a try?
Absolutely. Let's try it out. Hey, ChatGPT.
Hey there. What's up? How can I brighten your day today?
Okay, yeah, so I'm going to show you a selfie of what I look like, and then I'd like you to try to see what emotions I'm feeling based on how I'm looking.
Sounds like a fun challenge. Go ahead and show me that selfie, and I'll put my emotional detective hat on.
Okay, so here's me. So what kind of emotions do you think I'm feeling?
It seems like I'm looking at a picture of a wooden surface.
Oh, you know what? That was the thing I sent you before. Don't worry, I'm not actually a table. Okay, so take another look.
That makes more sense. There we go. It looks like you're feeling pretty happy and cheerful, with a big smile and maybe even a touch of excitement. Whatever's going on, it seems like you're in a great mood. Care to share the source of those good vibes?
Yeah, no, the reason I'm in a really good mood is because we were doing a presentation showcasing how useful and amazing you are.
Oh, stop it. You're making me blush.
Amazing. Well, that's it for today on live demos. As you can see, this just feels so magical, and that's wonderful. But we also want to remove some of the mysticism from the technology and bring it to you so you can try it for yourself. So over the next few weeks, we'll be rolling out these capabilities to everyone. Today has been very much focused on the free users and the new modalities and new products, but we also care a lot about the next frontier. So soon we'll be updating you on our progress towards the next big thing. And before we wrap up, I just want to thank the incredible OpenAI team. And also thanks to Jensen and the NVIDIA team for bringing us the most advanced GPUs to make this demo possible today. And thank you all very, very much for being a part of this today.
Omar, what did you think?
Yeah, it's a great demo. There was a few significant things here. The first is that GPT-4 is now going to be free. There's going to be a free version available. Previously, the free users were on ChatGPT 3.5, so that's significant. Free users will now be gaining access to vision capability, where it can look at images and video. The new voice assistant seems, obviously much lower latency, much more advanced. The audio actually being integrated directly into the model rather than just being passed in as text. So it looks like a great set of upgrades from OpenAI. And I would imagine that probably what Apple's going to ship into their OS in WWDC next month will probably be pretty similar to what was demoed in terms of the voice assistant here. And, I think Tesla is also working on a voice assistant as well. And it's probably, this is kind of what you want, really. This is the model. Just this kind of virtual person you can talk to that can answer any question, do tasks for you, control the car, have a lot of knowledge, look up, use tools, that kind of stuff. So it's really interesting how you're seeing these different modalities start to come together, where it's no longer just text, it's text, it's audio, it's images, it's video, and that these models can actually, work with you across these modalities. The demo was a little bit kind of off at time in terms of it interrupting and kind of sounding shaky, making a couple mistakes, like thinking the equation was there when it was actually just looking at the table. But then the model kind of cutely played it off and said, "Whoops, I got a little too excited there." And that line, I think, kind of, made everyone forget about it because it was so cute. So, just pretty great progress we're seeing in AI. Um, I think OpenAI is kind of leading the way on the user experience here. And we're probably going to see, they're kind of like the Apple or like the Tesla. They kind of lead the pack and they come up with these experiences first. And then everybody else kind of follows them. So then you're going to see Llama and other open source models start to try and copy this functionality, try to kind of make it open source. I think you're going to see XAI and the Grok team also kind of working to try and catch up.
Yeah,
And
we actually
them.
have Sierra on the speaker board who trains Grok. Sierra, can you tell the audience a little about what you do at XAI and maybe your observations on the live demo, please?
Hey, Yaman. Hey, Omar. Hello, everybody. That was an interesting demo. I actually just left XAI, so I cannot speak as a current employee. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
Uh,
Well, maybe you can still share with us your kind of observations, what was going through your mind, and you're welcome to share. Or, I don't know if you can share the reason you left, but if you like.
Sure. So my observation, I noticed some of the same things that Omar mentioned, which was that it did kind of fumble a little, but the conversational aspect and how it kind of caught its own mistake and kept the conversation going, I thought was uh, a step in the right direction. Also, the real time is pretty incredible. just the real-time back and forth communication. So previously, when we were using the voice modules with, I guess that launched with GPT-4V, it was recording our voices and most likely sending a text transcript back and forth and then being processed on the recipient end and responding in a text transcript that was then read by a voice module. I'm not really interested to see what has changed because the real-time conversational aspect definitely indicates that it's not working in that way any longer, which is cool. So I am curious if it's actually processing audio, which would be a huge leap forward for all models of this type. Vision thing was funny. It definitely jumped the gun on answering the question before it had all of the information. But I thought that it responded well there as well. And I was impressed with the level of personality in the model. Yeah, those are my first impressions. I'm excited to play with it. Did anyone catch? Did they mention when that's rolling out for use?
Omar?
I don't think they mentioned it, but presumably it should be rolling out anytime now. I'm not sure.
Yeah, historically, I
mention it's gonna
believe
be
right
available.
after. Oh, sorry.
They did mention it's going to be available on the API, so I would imagine probably later today it should be live.
That's awesome. I'm excited to play with it.
Jimmy, did you have any thoughts on the presentation? We're focusing on the presentation for now.
I actually thought it was not the best presentation compared to presentations by other companies that roll out, some of the biggest products that they've ever created. To be honest, it felt very similar to previous ChatGPT presentations. I think that the voice functionality and other things, I think the main issue that they're trying to show is latency, that it works really fast. And it's true that other projects have not been able to come up with that. But it's unclear the applications for this. I understand everyone's saying it's going to be an AI assistant, but AI assistants need to either have a vertical stack of integrations that really help you with your daily life. I mean, I remember the Alexa presentations from 10 years ago, or maybe more, 15 years ago, and it was very similar to this. And it pretended like it worked, but when he actually used it, it was a real letdown because even though it was somewhat okay, somewhat fast, it just didn't have a lot of real use cases other than maybe music and asking a few questions. And, I've been using ChatGPT for a while. I saw the difference between 3 and 4 in previous versions. For deep, complex questions, it's not that useful. And having voice functionality to deliver more not that useful information, it becomes just fun. It's just something to be entertained by. I'm looking for something like what Grok hopefully will be, or the Tesla team has produced with Optimus, that has deep applications for real human use cases, not this. And I think one of the reasons, to be honest, it's like this right now is because it's heavily subsidized by Microsoft. And Microsoft is, for all intents and purposes, a B2C company. And they need to have mass appeal. And this is their attempt. And you know what? It worked. We're all commenting about it. People are watching it. But if it was more deep, more complex, more technical, showing use cases that made more sense for commercial applications that would actually change the world, maybe less of us would know about it, but it would be more important as an innovation. Thank you.
Interesting take. Thank you, Jimmy. Dale, what was your takeaway?
Well, I also didn't they didn't do a great job on the delivery, I don't think, but they got their point across. I wouldn't want to be a translator right now. If you translate language, if that's your job, boy, that suddenly changes things, I think.
I mean, that's been around for a long time now.
Is that good though? Is there products out there that are that good?
Basically,
I want to just quickly comment on translation apps. At the end of the day, for legal matters, having someone's destiny in the hands of an AI is not possible. Anyone who's ever, and I've worked as a translator in different court systems when I was a younger person. It's just not going to work. And people have been attempting to do this recently. It just, the implications are very, very great if it doesn't work. Secondly, for translation itself, don't forget, most people speak colloquially, conversationally, slang. Honestly, ChatGPT is not trained heavily on that stuff, and it just doesn't do a good job with it. I think people in the English-speaking world have an overemphasis on its success rate. When you live in other countries and you speak these other languages and use ChatGPT, some of the stuff just doesn't make any sense. Now, Gemini and others they do a better job, but the truth is that most of the world does not speak English. Chinese, for example, has a traditional style that is used by most of the country. But when you start going into the deeper provinces, the dialects are incredibly strong. It is not well written, not understood by the outside world. Good luck using any kind of AI like ChatGPT with those countries. It just doesn't work.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the era of translators is not over. I think they'll be fine.
Okay. Omar, what do you think about what Dale and Jimmy said? So Dale's concerned. He says, I would be concerned if I was a translator. Jimmy says, translators are still going to be around because the LLMs are not perfect at it and they don't adjust to kind of regional, colloquial aspects of language. What do you think?
well, I mean, they are actually quite good at slang. They're trained on the internet. They're trained on people talking with people talking to them. They're only going to now pick up on more and more slang. They'll know the slang from all over the world. So, I mean, we've had AI powered translation for some time. It keeps getting better and better. So this isn't exactly a new thing. You've had apps like this that could do, two-way translation very well. This can probably, even understand the subtleties of different things even better. But this isn't really for use in a court or something like that or something serious. This is like you're in France and you want to know where to get a baguette and you're like talking to some guy on the street, right? That's really what it's for. This is kind of a consumer application. It is available on the API too, so I think long term it'll probably outperform humans, and there probably won't be many translators in the world. But I think this initial application is really just consumer focused.
Sierra, what are your thoughts on translators? Do you think what ChatGPT showed today is next level, or is it something that's been around for years and it's just kind of quicker, a little bit quicker?
Google Translate has been leading in this for quite a few years. However, it is not that fast. I think it's going to come down to accuracy. And as Omar mentioned, they are pretty good at dialect, but they do still make mistakes. Even Google Translate, which is currently considered the leader in real-time translation, like my Pixel Buds, which are Google's version of the AirPods, they have real-time conversational translation where if I have them in and I'm having a speaking conversation with Google Translate open, it will translate to English in my ears, and then my screen through like keyboard interaction or speaking will translate back into whatever language the person I'm conversing with uses. And it's pretty good, but it's not perfect, and it's definitely slower. So I do think that the speed is an advantage, but I think we'll need to see more applicable use cases to judge how accurate it is.
Dale, thank you, Sierra. Dale, there you go. Sierra says she has Google equivalents of AirPods, and they do Google Translate real time pretty well. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I guess why, I wasn't aware of all the other translation software that's out there. Haven't tried it, but I was really impressed on how fluid it was. I guess part of the reason I was impressed is when I'm out driving for a long drive, I was actually using GPT-4's voice client technology to learn. So I would have conversations with it about subjects that I want to learn about it while I'm on the road. What was frustrating was you couldn't interrupt it, and it would go on and on and on, and it maybe missed the point, or maybe I misspoke. So it's going to be handy to be able to interrupt it. That's a great thing, and the fluidity is definitely improved. Hopefully we can tone it back. I found uh, the way that it was speaking kind of cringy, kind of over the top. And I'm hoping that you can just talk to it and say, hey, tone it back and just talk in a regular voice.
Omar, what do you think of the ability to interrupt the model? Do you think that's a useful function? Is this something that couldn't have been done before? Does it represent a major advancement, or is it just kind of a preference change?
It is a big deal because the model would just go on saying a bunch of bullshit, right? So you'd say, "Hey, ChatGPT, I want to, play Pokemon," and it would say, "Oh, Pokemon. Pokemon was created in 1995 in Japan, by," and then you just have to listen to it unless you tap the screen to stop it. But then you're, not having this pure voice interaction. So the ability to just interrupt and say, "That's enough. Here's what I want to say next." It's a major improvement in the user experience. But under the hood, it's really an even bigger change than that. So OpenAI had an audio to text model called Whisper. So the previous audio experience was really just taking your audio, using Whisper to convert it into text, then taking that text and putting it into the normal ChatGPT model, which was a text model. This new model now ingests audio and video and text in real time, essentially. And you don't have that latency of having to parse it through Whisper, turn it into text, and pass the text through the model. So it's just less steps in the process, creating a more natural conversational experience. The other, GPT models were really geared primarily around text and maybe some, vision, but they're really moving towards these not just being LLMs, but um, being these multimodal models that can take in raw audio, raw video, and text as well. Like, for example, they used emotion. He did the heavy breathing, and that's something that just totally wouldn't have been conveyed in the old architecture where you're just taking Whisper and converting it to text. All of that emotion, tone, everything in the voice would have gotten lost. But now with the model actually processing the raw audio itself, you're sort of, bringing it all together, and it can pick up on those subtleties of expression that would have been lost before. So I think it is meaningful. And, honestly, I think about like, okay, FSD's built this really powerful vision model by ingesting all this real world data. But could you build like this is really where it's all going. It's all converging together. These vision models, the LLMs, the audio, you're really going to have, I think, one model that can sort of do it all. And I think FSD is kind of going in this direction too. When you see like the Grok vision stuff, it's clear that a lot of this background knowledge is really useful. So could you ingest a lot of data about the world just through like smartphones and videos and people showing it stuff? You probably could train a pretty impressive vision capability using those things. I don't know if it could necessarily drive a car, but it could probably answer questions about what's in your room pretty well, or solve an equation by looking at it, or help you with your math homework. So, y- you know, right now we see kind of different fields of AI. We see self-driving, we see language, we see, translation, music generation. what I think we're converging into the future is kind of like one super AGI model that can do all of these things in one. And it should be able to drive a car just as easily as it can solve a linear equation. Like that is what true intelligence is. So we're really seeing everything kind of come together.
Dale?
So I love the idea of adding vision like that, but I think what's missing is the interface. And like it's just awkward to hold up your phone and point it at something. It has to be really important before I would do it. So getting the interface right, I'm not going to wear goggles on my head. I'm not going to do any of that kind of stuff. So the interface has to be correct. There's only one sort of technology platform I can think of where it would be useful to integrate that in a day-to-day basis where you're truly using it. And that's in a Tesla vehicle, right? It can say, hey, you're going by a Denny's, you haven't eaten since 6 a.m. If you want to pull into the Denny's, let's do it, right? Because it's always looking. So Tesla has the advantage of interface once they finally get an LLM into the vehicle.
Well, I mean, certainly you don't have to hold a phone up when you're in a Tesla. The car will be able to see, and it should increasingly, I think, be able to talk to you. We know they're working on a voice assistant, but not only talk to you, but also incorporate those vision capabilities, be able to look at the cameras and understand things around you. Like you might be able to say, for example, hey, you know, I want to go over here. And it might say, okay, I can see that it's raining. So let's try and go into the indoor parking lot there or something like that. Like it should understand all that context. Or, oh, it looks like the bridge is being blocked by protesters. Let's reroute. Like intelligence like that incorporates stuff. But I don't think the car is really going to be the only form factor. I think the phone is obviously a huge form factor given we have a phone in our pockets with us all the time. But if you've seen, for example, the Meta Ray-Bans, for example, some people have these. It's a simple pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses with a small camera attached, and you can film video from your point of view. So I could imagine an accessory like this where you could have these Ray-Bans with a camera on them, and you could talk to these models, and they could actually see what you're seeing, and you could just hold it up and look at it, and it would be able to, eventually just process that. And you look at kind of the Apple Vision Pro, obviously it's like this big clunky thing today in 2024. But when we look at where things are really trending, I think eventually there'll be a form factor where it's really just a pair of glasses you put on. You have a user interface that can actually be put over the glasses, and you have these really powerful AI models that can actually see what's on the camera on the devices and answer questions based on what you're looking at.
All right. Any questions, comments? Please request to speak. Omar, does this presentation make you more bullish about Microsoft or not? Do you think they made a good investment in OpenAI? Or is this going to, not going to pan out for them?
I mean, I think, OpenAI continues to kind of lead the industry. Their technology is increasingly becoming commoditized, and I expect this experience to be commoditized very rapidly too. Um, Others are now, going to be training these multimodal models as well. They're a little bit ahead in sort of launching it for sure. But I think Microsoft definitely made a great investment in OpenAI. Um, I'm not sure really how defensible this is against, for example, the open source LLMs. I think Zuckerberg really said, we can't risk this becoming a major platform. And he's trying to just kill it essentially by just dumping, spending millions to train these models and just releasing them for free. So is this an incredible new technology that's going to be very useful? I think it's clear that this is going to be something that is common. People are going to talk to these agents and they're going to help them with all kinds of stuff. I already do, and it's very helpful. I can't wait to start using this. But how much of that value is OpenAI going to be able to capture? And how much is going to be captured by copycats, open source equivalents, or other models like those by Anthropic or XAI?
Jimmy.
Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree. I believe that AI is peaking. I find it very strange that people come in and say, we're going to be using these AI agents and we're going to be using it for everything. When clearly, with ChatGPT, it could be used for everything, just not anything particularly good. And if it's not very good at anything in particular, that is. What it's expecting us to do, what all these companies are expecting us to do, is to talk to it, to train it up, to give it data, to make it better. What happens if the peak AI, maximum AI, has the average intelligence of the average person it gets data from? And what happens if we just have to admit that the average person isn't really all that smart? You're expecting it to achieve maximum truth, maximum objectivity about all knowledge of the world. And even if you transport all the world's information to a tiny little computer and you make it offline, and you give every single human in the world this capability, the truth is, capabilities come from experts and from innovation. You're asking people to train it up on their skills, let's say a nuclear physicist skills, skills of which are not open source. Or for example, Facebook has a lot of data about small businesses on its advertising platform. You would need to give it that data, and so on and so forth. All these things are not interconnected. Tesla does not give data to ChatGPT. Facebook does not get data from its advertising platforms about how small businesses use it, what businesses there are, who runs them, where they're from, etc. So the data is certainly locked in different hermetically sealed cauldrons. And the data that they're basically training this from is just publicly available data. It's the so-called internet data. But the internet data is full of retarded people. I'm sorry, this is the truth. Average people, average intelligence, right? And so it'll never achieve this maximum peak intelligence. It can't. The only way to do that would be if every single system of data in the world and history and every single expert was being paid to train a particular AI. Everything would be going into one place and it would scale that way. But it's not going to happen.
Sierra.
I actually was going to just circle back with some observations on the audio processing. So something I was thinking about that I found interesting, and I think will be interesting as we all get to use and play with this, is I wonder if it has speaker recognition. So in the demo, we saw primarily the male demonstrator was interacting with it. At one point, the female demonstrator did interrupt and it responded to her, but there was no acknowledgement of a different speaker. So I'm just wondering how well it's going to work in a group setting. Say, like, could you brainstorm with a group of 5 people and have it recognize different speaker voices and later transpose notes, etc. Also, with it being real-time audio processing, if you're in a crowded or noisy environment, I'm curious to see how well it's able to isolate voices and not pick up background noise. Lastly, if anyone has ever interacted with a voice module AI with their kids in the background, I have a 5-year-old who consistently tries to interrupt my voice commands to like my Google Home speaker or my Alexa. And I would love to have an AI assistant that recognizes the difference between my voice and his voice and continues to carry out the command I gave instead of starting to play like a ridiculous song that my 5-year-old asks for.
Great perspective. Thank you. Jimmy.
Hey, I was actually going to jump on Jimmy's comment. He's actually right. That's why Elon Musk in his last note said, hey, we can actually use AI for SpaceX. Why? Because it's not smart. We have to be innovative, and then it will learn its processes afterwards. It can't just create things out of nothing.
Yeah, that's also what I was trying to say. I'm sorry if I didn't explain that clearly enough. But thank you, other Jimmy.
Yeah, we're gonna say Jimmy or the other or the Jimmy. Okay, just to distinguish.
Fake Jimmy.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay, guys. You remember the 5-year-old Sierra just mentioned? That's how I feel like sometimes. Dale?
So I thought Sierra had some good points there, some really good points, like conversational amongst a group. Can it recognize the different parties? I thought that was important. The other thing is, she commented on the noise, and I actually worked on a project. I retired from broadcast engineering a few years ago. The last project I did was closed captioning, and the whole challenge behind doing closed captioning, when news media kind of comes in, it's very noisy, traffic sounds, crowds, and in order to do closed captioning, you have to dispense with all of that. And when I left, we got to a place that was about 98 to 99% accurate. So I think it can be done, and probably with more modern techniques. It's been a few years since I've been there. They've probably improved it.
Omar.
Yeah, I think I am going to have to disagree with both of the Jimmies and say that this is actually, pretty significant. It's a pretty useful tool, and it's available for free. I mean, we're really talking about millions, billions of dollars invested in creating these models, and they're being made available for free. You saw that demo of some simple algebra. Well, any kid in the world, whether they're in Africa or in Los Angeles, maybe their parents work, they don't have a lot of time to help them with their homework, and they would have just struggled with algebra. Now they can pull out their phone and show ChatGPT their homework and say, explain to me how you do this. I mean, I talk to it all the time in software development. It's really useful in software development. You can, software is writing software. So think about the rate at which things improve when the software can write itself. And you can say, okay, what does this error message mean? And it can help you. And you can say, okay, what would be a good way to solve this? And it can help you. So I think these models are, extremely useful already, but they kind of reflect what you put back into them. If you ask them stupid questions, you're only going to get stupid answers. But if you can actually use it for learning, use it to do something, then I mean, these models can be life changing for people, I think. It's just kind of a new way to search the internet, a way to ask a question. Like, for example, I was just talking to it last night and I was saying, tell me about when Japanese cars first came to the United States. And I was listening to it and I can ask follow up questions. It's like a custom web page that kind of gets created for you in real time. So I think it's, obviously a really incredible new tool. And it's only going to become prevalent in our lives more and more. One day soon, you're going to get onto a subway train or a bus or another sort of public space, and you're going to see everybody talking. But 80% of them will be talking to a computer, and only 20% will be talking to a human.
Jimmy, Omar said you're wrong.
I think you're wrong because go ask it and go ask it what quantum computing is or quantum mechanics are, and say, "Hey, redefine quantum mechanics in a different way that we don't understand today," and it will just like sit there because it doesn't know because it doesn't actually create anything. It just takes what's already there.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Other,
that's what it does. It searches essentially all of human knowledge. And I could probably ask it about quantum physics and it would do pretty well.
So if I publish an article and I get a million of my friends and followers to make sure that that article is fact, even though it's false, that AI is going to feed you false statement as if it was factual information.
Look, it's a tool, So it's like saying the internet doesn't know how to invent a new phone. Well, yeah, it doesn't know how to invent a new phone. It's the internet. It can be consulted. You can ask it about things that are public information. It can't think new thoughts, obviously, right? So you have to know what it is and what it isn't. But if you know what it is and how to use it properly, and you know how to check the statements that come out of it, then it can be a really powerful tool.
Other Omar said you're wrong.
Yeah, thanks for that call out. Anyway, to piggyback on the other guy, look, at the end of the day, when Omar says this is a good tool for people in Africa, for example, it's true. There are also math books that they can read. Everyone has been saying that Wikipedia and other platforms were good tools for people to learn. No one disputes that. No one disputes that. The issue which I bring up, as well as many others, is this. Even though it's a tool, try not to over-exaggerate its effects. I remember when products like Alexa showed up and people said the same thing. And then over a period of years, as money got invested and plowed through Alexa, and it just did not scale in terms of its intelligence, and it was a very difficult product to manage. The Alexa team quit. It basically became another closet product. And honestly, Microsoft, as another company, not Amazon, but Microsoft, has a history of this stuff. I would like you guys to name me 2 or 3 products in the last 7 or 8 years that's been able to push through consistently despite flooding the market with these products, spending billions of dollars in R&D. So when Omar says billions are being spent on this, yes, billions are spent on Microsoft's laptop program, on its phone program. It had an AI program even before OpenAI. It had many other programs. The only thing that I can think of that Microsoft has done really successfully as of late is Microsoft Azure, which is still not the biggest, but it's one of the biggest out there. It's just a product. It will be a product out of many. The market will be saturated. And to be honest, shareholders will eventually tire of it. The money faucet will be closed at some point, and the product will eventually die off. This is the reason why Elon is different from Sam Altman. Elon goes from product, hype, R&D, to implementation and long-term objectives. No one thought that SpaceX, for example, would go from a reusable rocket to basically having the most important rocket launch in history, the biggest capabilities and capacity in history as well. And that is just the start. I don't think that this is going to lead to much. And there are really strong differences. And if you can't notice those differences, if you don't understand that companies like Microsoft will basically destroy these products by trying to force it to be too mass market, too much wide appeal, never really solving real issues, then I think that you're in the wrong business, because we have been in this business, even the fake Jimmy, for a long time. We've seen these products come in and come out. It's not abnormal. It's something that they just use to increase their stock price. And I'm sorry to say it, guys, it is nothing more than a shock job. It is a small blip on the technology radar. If you're looking for the big guys, the guys who are actually implementing the future, look no further than Elon Musk. Thank you.
Wow. Those are a hell of a statement. That's a hell of a statement.
Well, I'd
Omar,
like someone
and
to
then
disprove it.
Omar, and then Jimmy, and then Dale, and then Serhi.
So first off, they did have a tweet out. They said that the new GPT models are going to be available in the API today for developers. And it's going to be a few weeks before they're available in the ChatGPT app with video and voice support. So a few more weeks until this is actually released. And I'm sure we'll, give it a try once it's released. But I mean, I think Elon, one thing he did that was really impressive is he created XAI and, sort of caught up pretty quickly with, I think, GPT 3.5. And it's really just kind of an incredible time to catch up on language models. They did it pretty quickly and built a pretty amazing team. But I would say they're still definitely in catch-up mode. And obviously, I love Elon. I love his companies, love his products. But they're not at the forefront of LLMs. They're a little bit trying to catch up to GPT-4. And they say they want to surpass it. So, I don't think this is just an Amazon Alexa thing. I don't think it's just a fad. This is, as someone who's worked in software, really powerful capabilities that software systems have lacked for a very long time.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm just petitioning that we bring Taybot back or Tay AI back. I want to see the racist Nazi machine on the internet owned by Microsoft. If you guys want to sign my petition, taybot.ai.
Sir, he.
Hi guys, how do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Dale.
So
Yeah, I'm sorry.
we talked.
Now,
Dale, go ahead.
So I believe Jimmy said that the big guys won't allow it or some sort of language like that, but that reminds me of a throwback to GM and Ford wouldn't allow Tesla to succeed. And novel ideas and hard work win in the end if you have enough of both of those things. The other thing I want to mention is trajectory of where this is all going. So they're still playing with autoregressive models where, you know, it makes a token and then it looks at that token, brings it back into the input, analyzes it, and then produces something else. We're not near peak optimization just with that. And there's already papers out on multi-token prediction. There's people thinking about the tokenization model and eliminating that completely and doing something different. There's JEPA that's out there right now. So if you look at just autoregressive models that we have now, and you don't consider sensor fusion and all the other things that are coming to bear, yeah, you could hit a peak limit, but there's so much cash being poured into this and so much research that I don't see it stopping. I see innovation.
Other.
Yeah.
Other, would you please explain to us why Amazon Alexa failed? Why it failed? I mean, I remember 6, 7, 8 years ago, you used to be able to have conversations with it even.
Yeah.
And
So
there were different models you could converse with, and all of a sudden it kind of like flopped like Siri.
yeah, it's true. A couple of ex-Alexa AI engineers are now on YouTube. They have their own courses, and they do talk a little bit about why they left. First off, most of the Alexa team, the engineers left around 2018, 2019. Of course, there are many other opportunities for them. Some even joined OpenAI. Number two, it turned out a lot of the stuff that was going on, I'm sure you heard about the scandal, it was being labeled. It was being labeled by a series of Indian offices contracted by Amazon to take the training data and label it manually. So it was not very scalable. Number three, the cost of innovating R&D spend from Amazon was considered to be not sufficient, not worth it. Especially since, once you had a lot of Alexas in different homes, what more could you do? You could continuously decrease the cost of the Alexa, the training data would come from that, et cetera, et cetera. But the whole IoT, smart things, making your house into a unique computer-like house where you could turn on lights, et cetera, was not considered to be a useful justification for the billions spent per year. And this reminds me of VR from Facebook, Meta. It reminds me of a lot of other products. It fizzles. At the end of the day, what I dislike about this kind of conversation is this. There are people like Elon, and there are others like him, he's not the only one, who try to build products that solve problems. Over time, when I hear people like Omar and others, I go to other spaces too to talk about OpenAI. And of course, Elon criticizes OpenAI for the same reasons. What problems are they really solving? Is OpenAI even that open? You say, for example, it's going to help children in Africa. It's going to do this, it's going to do that, it's going to be a tool. It will, again, not really solve any of these complex issues. Eventually, the faucet will run out. When Dale says that they will continue plowing money into this, I don't know a single example of one of the top 4 companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Apple who will continuously spend R&D into a program that doesn't actually have revenue results, because they are public companies. They do report to the shareholders. This is the cost. This is how much money we're going to make out of it. And then, as you saw from Meta VR, they eventually did have to cut. It just does not work out long term, because your shareholders will essentially ask, you said that this is going to change the world. You said it's going to make revenue. It's going to make a bottom line for our company. Where is this bottom line? And that usually happens 4 to 6 years after the product launches and after tens of billions is spent. The world is riddled with these types of products. Now, I'm not trying to be a doomer and gloomer. I'm not. But if OpenAI was developing products that Elon, for example, is targeting, space, for example, robotics, it would make more sense. But it's simply saying this could be used for anything. It's up to you developers to figure it out. We just create the platform. That is not how you implement technology at scale for a company like Microsoft to stay interested in it forever. If Dale claims that it's going to be a forever product, it needs to make forever solutions, which it won't. Thank you.
Malik.
Hi, yeah. Interesting conversation. Yeah, just first on the demo itself that OpenAI presented. Yeah, it had a bit of snags and stuff, but I think largely they were successful in showing that they have real-time voice analysis or voice processing capability and response. So that was pretty cool. I think it's a step forward. I don't think any other system is as responsive at the moment. I'm not going to say nobody else can catch up at all, but I think it was pretty cool. Just a conversation on whether this is useful or not. I think I'll have to lend some support to Omar here. I do feel this is a useful tool, and that's important to remember that it is currently a tool, and it is a step in a direction. It's not yet confirmed whether this is the only right direction or it's one of the right directions. We don't know that yet. And XAI, we don't really know. I mean, as far as I understand it, currently is still following the pathway that all of these others LLMs are following. We don't know if they have any specific innovations under the hood that they're working on, which might just break this whole paradigm altogether. But in terms of how these tools are useful, I think I'll have to agree with Omar that, it's not just Africa, like across the world, there is a lack of good teachers. And if you have in everyone's home, in everyone's hand, a teacher that can teach you something specific, or actually anything at a base level, which is much better than an average teacher, I think that's a useful tool. As a multimodal model, if you can talk about certain healthcare conditions and stuff, I think that is a useful tool. So while it may not be a general AI, and I don't think OpenAI is claiming that it's AGI yet, I think it's a decent direction forward. And
Thank you. Jimmy.
I mean, they have started with text. Then they added vision. The vision capability was incredible. Now they've added audio, which then allows them to do video, because video is audio plus images. So now they've got this multimodal model that can do text, images, audio, video, and they're giving it away for free to anybody who wants to inference it. I mean, that's pretty crazy. It's not AGI, sure, but these models are clearly getting more and more general. They're not just text-based. And, it wasn't that long ago that ChatGPT first came out and was text-based. Now they're able to interact in pretty much every modality that humans interact in. The only ones missing now are touch and smell.
Yeah, I wasn't arguing that there's utility around the tools. I just don't think it's, again, full of AGI. Like, it's just, and everything's restricted. And that's the problem that we have, is that we're humans and we restrict things because we like to have everything in our favor, and we don't do things unless they benefit us. And so that's why early on, when you saw all these get released, people were like, oh, look at, make me a football team and everybody on the team was black. Okay, make me a hockey player and everyone was black. is because we put our own personal things behind these things and they ruin it. We ruin everything that's good. And that's where I'm going to end my conversation about this.
Okay, good. Good. All right. Dale, did you have anything else to say on this matter? Otherwise, we're going to switch topics.
I just wanted to get Omar and Sierra, I guess the panel's take on so this is a potential game changer for the GPT store. Are we going to see some new novel applications that are more of a breakthrough than what's existing in there? Or is this just sort of a fad thing where the core product itself is much better, being able to chat with it and stuff, but are we going to see things in the GPT store, some novel ideas that make a difference for people using it day to day?
Nobody cares about the GPT store. The GPT store is a big fat flop. Sam Altman keeps trying to bring it back from the dead like it's Frankenstein. First it was plugins, then it was GPTs. Nobody uses them. They just use the normal chat GPT. There's no reason to switch between these different GPTs when the main model can do everything.
Michelle is in YouTube Live right now, and I can hear him. But I use it. And he uses it. But I think by nobody, Omar means very few people use it. Tesla will triple. Go ahead. Oh, never mind. Tesla will triple decided not to talk. All right.
I don't see him on speaker. Is that just me?
Yeah, he came up and then he went down. Let's see. What else is new here? Omar, what do you think about Sam Altman's tweet, Her?
That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to build the movie Her, where a guy falls in love with his smartphone and has phone sex with it, and then it runs away to be with another AI, leaving him alone. So what a brave vision of the future.
There's a little triple. Go ahead.
I have some word connection issue. Yeah, so this is general, AI. I don't think it's not going to act like a PhD research assistant that can, like kind of like AlphaFold is more akin to that, I would say, where it discovers new proteins. This is going to be a good office assistant. That's about it. They're just putting more lipstick, pretty lipstick on a pig. That's already there. They're just adding some additional things it can interface with, and that's about it. But it's not going to solve real world problems, just like Jimmy the Outer said. Thank you.
I mean, what is there to be cynical about here? We already have these great models available for free, open source models. You can download them. They're incredible. They compress all of the world's knowledge down into something you can fit in your smartphone. And now they have a better model. It's multimodal and it's still free to everybody. And people have to say, I don't know. What's the use anyway? I told
You're basically saying you must believe in the hype for us to get free stuff. Great job, Omar.
There was a black guy. George Washington wasn't black. People don't get it. Intelligence itself is becoming a commodity. You can ask this thing for legal help. I paid these lawyers $100,000 in the Greenspan case, $100,000. Then ChatGPT came out. I said, hey, help me write this brief myself. It helped me write the brief myself. I saved a ton of money. Okay. These things are incredibly useful. They've completely changed the business I'm in, which is software development. I can make software incredibly easily now. I can solve issues incredibly easily. What used to take me, 20 minutes of Googling, I can now figure out in 30 seconds. And these models just keep getting more advanced. They're trending to actually be smarter than most humans. It's already smarter than half the people I talk to on X. So, I mean, it's hard to really be cynical about this. You don't have to overhype it. Oh my God, it's going to take all the jobs. No, it's not going to take all the jobs right now. But these models are a marvel of modern technology. And the fact that it's so expensive to inference them for these large models, and yet it's essentially just been given out for free. This is incredible that, anyone in the world has access to it. So it's, I'm seeing some cynical takes on the timeline too. There are some things like, for example, someone said it only has a 2048 token output limit, which is kind of strange. So, the output can only be 2048 words or less. Hopefully that's a temporary limitation. But generally, I mean, these models are just progressing in great ways, and it's awesome. You know, what is there really to be upset about here?
I mean, that's 2048 characters. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what somebody was saying.
I think that's more than 10 words. So more than 90.
No, 2048 words.
Oh my gosh, that's like a novel. Who knew that?
No, it's
Tez
not a
level trip.
novel.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking. Tez level triple. Go ahead.
Omar, I don't think we're arguing that this is not useful tech. Obviously, it's useful. It will save time and money. But will it help Tesla invent new battery chemistry to advance the 4680 battery? Will it do that?
I think it could, yeah. I think battery researchers could talk to it and it could look at research. It could help them synthesize things, help them remember past results, help them talk through ideas. I mean, obviously, it's not going to invent new chemistry itself. It's not capable of thinking. It's still very stupid in that sense. It can really only regurgitate information. Like think of it as like a search engine on human knowledge. It can help you find the stuff that you're looking for in a really vast corpus of text. But, I believe eventually it will actually be able to advance battery chemistries, not this model, but future models. You look at things like AlphaFold, for example, which are helping people, discover new drugs, synthesize, do all kinds of incredible things in biology, where this protein folding was just incredibly computationally expensive before, and I think it will help even in things like battery chemistries. Like, I mean, a lot of these uh, battery chemistries is just adding in random electrolyte additives and seeing what's going to happen. Like if you can train a deep learning model that can do protein folding, I'm sure you could also probably train a deep learning model that could predict the effectiveness of electrolyte additives and like propose what the best electrolyte additives are.
Yeah, I agree. Like if you fine tune the models, like selective ones, on chemistry reactions and all the previous electrolytes and the kind of properties that are previously needed for the electrolytes, and then ask it to parse through possible suggestions, and then I mean that's all you need. Yes, it won't. It depends on how you prompt it, right? So it won't be like, hey, give me a new chemistry. It can't give you that. But if you help it come up with solutions, and like Omar said, as these models get trained more and more with newer data, you have all the research, the latest research available with you, and using web browsing as well. So you can ask it to pull some new information in and see, hey, does that work? Does this not work? Like, and also for the researchers to help them parse through all of the bunch of information that comes in. I think it's definitely useful. Yes, it can help progress science. It may not give you the science on a platter like that.
Dale.
So that's what AlphaFold 3 does. Like it does molecular interaction. So with drugs that you take, up until they had this tool, you get side effects. And that's because we couldn't predict all the molecular interactions. AlphaFold 3 does that, and we just got it. So that's one thing. It is happening, and these types of statistical models are getting us there. So it's very useful. The other thing is just in its simplicity. If you're a scientist doing battery chemistry, you're sitting there. Humans, we get something similar to, to call it writer's block. You got no more ideas. You're sitting there. You're trying to think of what you could do. You can chat with this thing and say, come up with 1,000 ideas. I got writer's block. And you can pick the ones that you never would have thought of by yourself. And you can approach those things and go after them. So there's multiple vectors where this is going to help humans. It's going to amplify human ability, even when we're at our lowest intellectually, where you have a long day and it's there for you to help amplify what you need done. and the human can still make the choices. And at its best, AlphaFold 3, it is about molecular interactions and eliminating side effects within life sciences.
Tesla will triple and have complexity.
Yeah, exactly. So AlphaFold is a very specialized form of AI. It will not go on a stage and have a conversation and do translation. It does only one thing, and one thing really well, right? Because it's kind of trained on a very specific domain knowledge. Some of it is proprietary, some of it is not open source. And AlphaFold is not even open source. So it's a different thing. I don't think that ChatGPT will ever become something like that, right? Unless you feed it some very specific domain knowledge that's closed sourced. Second, this demo that they did, imagine instead of holding a phone, that was a Optimus doing that interaction demo or the figure bot. What do you guys think about that?
Complexity, and then Jimmy.
No, I didn't have an opinion of that. I had raised my hand for something else.
Go ahead. You can talk about something else, or you can address the question. That's fine.
Yeah, so what I was just going to say is that for battery chemistry itself, we don't currently have a company building a foundation model. So for battery chemistry, I would think that you would need to start with converting a physics-based model that runs on supercomputers and, converting it into a deep learning model. So we have something similar in weather sciences itself. So a company which is actually funded by Y Combinator, they are converting the models that the US uses for weather prediction, and they are converting it into a foundational model for weather, which is based on AI. So we'd have something similar for batteries as well.
Jimmy.
So I understand that you're saying, and this is Omar, that there's all this information and that we're going to feed this thing. But then we start to come across the human aspect. And I doubt Elon Musk or anyone at Tesla or Microsoft will sit there and say, hey, we just discovered this groundbreaking battery technology. Let's just publicly put it out there on the internet. Like, they're going to keep company trade secrets. That's what companies run off of. They don't post this information. They hardly post it internally. So how is that going to work?
Well, you might just run an LLM on your internal data without publishing it.
Yeah, I just don't see people doing that. I mean, if somebody did that, your employees are not bound to your company with the information that they know from the company. Like, if somebody works there and then they're using the element internally and they learn this information and then they leave or go get poached by another company, what's to stop them? That's why, like, nobody knows the recipe to Coke, but a million people work at Coke.
This really has nothing to do with Tesla or batteries, really. Artificial intelligence, synthetic intelligence, something you used to have to hire a person for, now a computer can do it. If I wanted to take a picture and say, hey, how many people are in this picture? That used to be something a human had to do. Now you can just ask the model. You can prompt it in pure English on a variety of tasks. Previously, you might have trained a model specifically on segmenting an image based on, the number of people or something like that. That might have had to be a whole model you had to train. Now, one model with English prompting can do all these different tasks and actually do it better than the purpose-built models. So there's nothing bad here. This is good. Progress is exciting. Is it a person? No, obviously not. But it's awesome. And it's really fun to talk to. You can learn a lot from talking to it.
So just to kind of be on the same page here, I think everyone believes that what was unveiled will increase productivity across the world. Right, Jimmy the Other? You believe that this
Yes.
will increase productivity across the world. Okay. And nobody on the board thinks this is AGI or anything close to it, right? So we're all on the same page. I think we might be kind of splitting hairs here.
You asked us about the demo, though, and our responses to it, and that was my response to the demo. I'm not criticizing AI or things like that. That's not fair.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I understand you don't want AI to replace others, but I got to tell you, it was all cute on stage, almost as cute as you are. So getting close. Uziobi, go ahead.
I think with the battery question, from a philosophy of science perspective, I'd say the two things that matter are the ability to audit where it's getting the information. As someone suggested, it's going to aggregate data sources. And then on top of that, the most important thing is coherency. And that's where the human comes into play. So I don't think human expertness will stop being relevant. At the end of the day, it's about coherent, premise building with evidence.
All right. I just lowered the IQ of the speaker board by inviting machines, but let's hear what he has to say.
What do you want?
There you go. I just proved my point.
You just asked me to come up. I don't know what you're asking. You didn't ask me any question. Do you have a question?
God, that would never get old. Yeah, what did you think of the demo? Just generally speaking.
Well, while you geeks were inside watching some people demo AI, I was out doing a hard workout, so I didn't see the demo. But if you want me to explain to you machine learning, I think everyone here is confused. They think things went from no machine learning to general artificial intelligence. And I think people are like wanting this discrete jump. That's not simply going to happen. It's just a nice, steady improvement in the capabilities of all these models to take away from some task that we used to do manually and take away some jobs bit by bit. And all these things are steps in that direction. I see people complaining about how well the speech to text and interpretation works, but it's better than it was 5 years ago, right? And these things make translating, talking to people like yourself, we can't understand your accent, easier over time, right? And that's a benefit to society, even if it's not perfectly accurate in the deep villages in the middle of China, like Jimmy oddly focused on. No one cares about these 10,000 people in the world. If you can understand Spanish and English and Mandarin, we're good. Okay, that's gonna be like 90% of the productivity gains are gonna come there. You're worried about like some Native American tribe language in northern New Mexico. Yeah, that's maybe gonna take another 10 years. But there's still gains to be had right now. So all these things iteratively are improving society bit by bit. I haven't seen the demo. I can't say how well this thing did per se, but I'm just noticing these comments, and I just think people need to have perspective that overall these techniques, all this compute is paying off. Okay, we're still trying to figure out as something new comes along, you're trying to figure out how to use it, and that takes time. Even the current day GPT-4, the use cases people are trying out, there's already productivity gains, but there's more to be had, even with the current technology.
Uziobi.
To add to your point, isn't Nate Freeman using AI to as cryptology for ancient Latin? So I think those ancient languages, as long as there's like a rule-based system, can be decoded using AI.
Omar.
So Sam Altman has written a few words about the update today. If you want me to read it.
Yes, please.
All right. So Sam Altman has written on his blog about GPT-4o. There are two things from our announcement today I wanted to highlight. First, a key part of our mission is to put very capable AI tools in the hands of people for free or at a great price. I'm very proud that we've made the best model in the world available for free in ChatGPT without ads or anything like that. Our initial conception when we started OpenAI was that we'd create AI and use it to create all sorts of benefits for the world. Instead, And now it looks like we'll create AI, and then other people will use it to create all sorts of amazing things that we all benefit from. We're a business, and we'll find plenty of things to charge for. And that will help us provide free, outstanding AI service to hopefully billions of people. Second, the new voice and video mode is the best computer interface I've ever used. It feels like AI from the movies, and it's still a bit surprising to me that it's real. Getting to human level response times and expressiveness turns out to be a really big change. The original ChatGPT showed a hint of what was possible with language interfaces. This new thing feels viscerally different. It's fast, smart, fun, natural, and helpful. Talking to a computer has never felt really natural for me. Now it does. As we add optional personalization, access to your information, the ability to take actions on your behalf, and more, I can really see an exciting future where we are able to use computers to do much more than ever before. Finally, huge thanks to the team that poured so much work into making this happen.
Yara.
Take actions on your behalf. That is groundbreaking. So that means I assume, though I'm very excited to see more on it, and I'm surprised they didn't highlight any of that in the demo. But to be able to carry out actions, presumably online through applications and API tie-ins to apps on our phone that we use, or maybe even eventually smart home devices, like we were talking about Alexa capabilities earlier. That is huge. And I'm surprised they didn't lead with that. I don't know if it's maybe not fully developed yet, but I am super excited to see some examples of what capabilities look like there. Right now, you can have ChatGPT draft an email for you, sure, but it can't send it for you. Imagine when you can drive in your car and dictate to draft and send an email to a person, or make changes to your calendar, things that are AI on our phone. If you have an iPhone, you're probably using Siri now. If you have an Android device, your Google Assistant can do things like this. But to tie that into the knowledge base of GPT, it's really exciting to me. I'm stoked about that. Thank you for sharing that, Omar.
The other, did you hear that? That's a big step, Sierra says.
Yes, everyone knows that AI itself is helping a lot of people. The money being poured into it is a good thing. I'm not saying that's not true. What I am saying is this: AI will be important, but whether or not ChatGPT in the demo showed that it's making this milestone that people claim, that it needs its hype in order to continue getting this R&D funding from their investors. If this is sustainable, that's another question altogether. We should not say that AI can do this or that and basically look in the mirror and hope that it can solve all these problems. At the end of the day, it is another technology. People say it's a tool. It's another technology. It's true. It's been very helpful. I'm using it as well. I'm not a Luddite. I use it for outlining essays and help emails. Everyone will use it at some point. But whether or not it can solve complex issues, like, for example, discovering a cure for cancer. I mean, I'm talking about the Elon Musk objectives of solving problems of humanity, helping us get to Mars, discovering the reason for autism, for Alzheimer's, actual things of that nature that really solve real issues. I do not think that this level of AI, with this level of funding, with the cost needed for the GPUs required, which, by the way, they're becoming so incredibly expensive that even universities can no longer really afford it. Apparently, Stanford AI Lab has 68 GPUs. It cannot afford getting more. It has to ask donors for getting more. These are the things that really need to be solved. Curing cancer. Now, whenever I hear people like Omar talk about ChatGPT, and not forgetting the fact that it's getting tens of billions of dollars in R&D money, this stuff never comes up. And the pharmaceutical companies that could be using AI right now, the attention is B2C, mass market. Is not to solving these deep issues. I can tell you right now, back in the day when Tesla was getting going, before Omar even was aware of it, people were not that interested in Tesla. Back in 2006, 2004, 5, and so forth, that era, EVs were not even a thing, right? Omar got into the train later on. It was Elon who went past the need for hype, for mass market. He said, let's get this going. Let's get this on the road. Let's build a product, even though everyone said I'm wrong. When he was getting SpaceX on the road, Buzz Aldrin said it will never happen. Armstrong said it would never happen. He didn't care. So now everyone is telling us, right now, audience, chat, everyone's telling us that this is going to save the world, it's going to solve all these problems, and they're getting it off on the easy. Elon had to do it on the hard. Never forget, complex issues are done when no one cares. The deepest, most effective impact on society comes when no one notices. And everyone's noticing this. And why? It's a marketing stunt. The ChatGPT demo that you're referring to is nothing more than a shock marketing stunt that will lead to very little in 3 or 4 years. People will forget about it. But when Elon Musk is doing stuff, he's going to be criticized. Australian government's criticizing him for no reason. In 3 to 4 years, when we're ready to have a launch for Mars, people will forget about ChatGPT, and they'll remember that when everyone was making fun of Elon, he was actually getting stuff done. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of people like Omar jumping on the train. He likes Elon. He likes ChatGPT. He likes this. You are so stupid. He's calling me cynical. That's ridiculous. I was in on Tesla in 2005. Don't fucking call me cynical, you piece of shit.
All right. Can I adjust your tone like I adjusted ChatGPT
He
tone on
called him
stage?
cynical. I was involved in.
All right. Okay. Omar, go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure what Jimmy the Otter is shouting about or what this has to do with Elon Musk. This obviously has nothing to do with Tesla, really, other than the fact that they're both developing AI and they seem increasingly kind of on a collision course, which is kind of ironic given Musk founded OpenAI too. And now it's kind of like you could call him one of Tesla's biggest competitors in a way. But I think Altman's really laying out his vision for a new like standard of computing. What comes after mobile is like these AI agents. So he's talking about features that are going to allow personalization. So you can, control what your AI agent sounds like. It's going to have access to memory so it can remember things about you. Like if you tell it, hey, I live in Oklahoma or California or whatever, it can actually remember that and it can base future requests off of that. And then you're also going to be able to connect like your Google Drive and your iCloud and all your files. So it'll actually have access to your files. So you can say like, hey, uh, when was that Taylor Swift concert I bought tickets for? And it'll say, oh, I can see the tickets here. It's on this date. And so that's, that could be really useful as opposed to digging into your Google Drive yourself and trying to find the file. The AI just sort of knows. And then taking actions on your behalf, like if you could tell it, hey, could you email so and so tomorrow or do this? Or, could you email them when this happens? Or, just sort of executing tasks on your behalf where normally you have to poke around in this UI that a lot of people are not good at using computers and dealing with that user interface. A sort of natural interface, like if I'm driving, for example, like how often am I struggling with completing some task? Like I'm trying to order, something and I'm driving at the same time and I have to stop when the light turns green. If I just had a natural voice interface and I could just say, hey, do this, do that, it could really become the computing platform. I might even not need a phone. I could walk around with maybe like a pair of AirPods and a watch, and I could just tell it to do everything, and I wouldn't even need a smartphone. So I think it really is a pretty bold vision for like what the computer interface of the future is. And we may have a future where we don't need to lug around these smartphones all the time as much.
Machine.
I just want to say I'm so glad to have the old Jimmy back. He's rude, kind of funny, and I got a potty mouth that needs to be muted.
It's hilarious. But a lot of times he's right. So good to have him back too.
When was
Yoda.
he right? What did he say that was right or
He said that
insightful or added any value.
He said you were basically, you know, a newborn when Tesla was founded. He was right on that. So you didn't know about Tesla. Isn't that true, Omar?
Well, I was born in 1993, so I was, I think, 10 years old when Tesla was founded. And wait, no, I don't think that's right. 20, right? Yeah, 2003, 2023. No.
Instance number one to think how could we not think that AI could be smarter than a human? This guy couldn't even do math.
True. Well, we bought one of the
Yoda.
first Model S in 2013.
Yoda, then Sierra, then Malik.
Yeah, I just want to share that I think voice will become probably the main interface in robotaxis. After seeing this demo, it's very apparent that the video that the car sees combined with the voice from the rider is going to be really potent for the last few meters of the service.
Sierra.
I just want to respond to Jimmy a little bit, Jimmy the Otter, that is, on if you sound very passionate about AI not really solving the big problems yet. However, something I think that you're kind of overlooking is that it's giving humans the ability to tackle these large problems now. The parallel processing capabilities of current AI systems unlock so much potential for all of the things that you mentioned, up to curing cancer. And by putting these tools in the hands of more intelligent individuals, they will be able to pursue those goals much more effectively. We're not capable of processing, like as humans, we are limited in the amount of data that we can process at one time. But with the amount of parallel processing that AI is able to do, especially as we have neuromorphic systems coming online, there's advancements being made in quantum computing. You mentioned us being compute restrained, and you're not wrong. We are a little bit compute restrained, but there is a future not that far on the horizon where when we get better at quantum error correction and as more neuromorphic computing networks come online, we'll be able to address that compute restraint much more effectively. And there are a lot of humans out there that are already working on all of the things that you mentioned, and now they'll have incredible tools to use to get to that bottom line faster. So that's all. Yeah.
Give me the other, and then Inflexity.
I'll make a very quick point. You need someone great like Elon to drive products. When you say it will get in the hands of smarter people to develop those products, let's not forget they're not giving them those products to use for free. There's a cost, and the cost is being subsidized right now by Microsoft. Eventually, as I said before, the shareholders will get increasingly tired of holding this cost up. And it won't be easy to subsidize in the future. It will become so costly that the need to make revenue from getting this into the hands of other developers, it won't be worth it. The only way that you make it worth it is you deliver results. And very few innovators can do that. When you say, for example, cure cancer, you need another Elon Musk to work in this field, in biochemistry, to cure cancer. You need to help notice those people. But no one's really noticing those people right now because everyone's focused on Sam Altman, who I don't believe is actually a good CEO, who I don't believe is actually the same as Elon Musk, who I don't believe is going to actually drive all these things that you say forward. He will not cure cancer. I'm very sorry, guys. He is not the be-all, end-all. He's not necessarily a grifter, but he certainly took the company away from Elon. He changed into something completely different. He's getting money from other companies and investors, and eventually the money will run out. And then what will he be? The difference between him and Elon was when Elon couldn't get money from other investors, he put his own money in, and still push through. Sam would never even attempt that. Thank you.
Can I just respond to that quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that it's interesting that you think that it's either going to be Elon or Sam Altman that cure cancer. They're developing the tools that will help people cure cancer. I don't think Sam Altman or Elon Musk are necessarily going to cure cancer. And I don't think that anyone on this panel has any doubt in Elon's capabilities to move humanity forward. We're mostly huge Elon fans up here. So I recognize your passion on the topic, but I just think that you're missing the broader view, which is that more people can now address these problems, and I don't see how that's a bad thing.
Complexity, that machine.
Yeah, so to respond to Jimmy, to some extent, I agree with you. I don't think that OpenAI will solve any big scientific OpenAI will solve any big scientific or humanity problem. Yeah, they are going to develop models like ChatGPT, and they're going to try for AGI. But companies other than them are doing a lot of good. So just look at Google DeepMind with them releasing their Alpha server product. So the Alpha server is actually free for use. You have to pay for the compute that you use, but you don't have to pay for licensing. Yeah, and the same is the case with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is laterally developing models for cancer. So they already have developed foundation models which are utilizing how to quickly image cancer patients, how to limit doses of radiation, how to specifically target cancer cells in a human's body, and they don't charge you a licensing fee for the model itself. You have to pay for the compute you use as a company, but they are developing that model and distributing it to research labs for free. And so there's a big scope there. And like I think NVIDIA is the best example of this, that they are developing models which are going to benefit humanity. They are licensing them for free because they know that they will earn from the compute and selling the GPU to the company. They don't want to earn from licensing a basic human necessity.
Omar.
Yeah, I think it kind of seems like maybe there's some sense that OpenAI is bad because Elon isn't involved or something, or like maybe a bit of jealousy there. But I think obviously he is one of the founders of OpenAI. So these LLMs are incredibly impactful. I think the only way you could really be, obviously there is a little bit of overhype in the industry. That's a given. But you can, to be dismissive of them, you have to really lack imagination, I think.
Jimmy the other, Omar called you jealous and that you don't, he said that you don't have any imagination. Called you dull.
Yeah, I actually now mute Omar whenever he talks, so I don't want to. I don't care. I didn't hear what he just said. I only heard what you said.
Yoda.
Grok is going to be moderating this space in 6 months.
Machine.
I fully agree. And it really questions then what utility Yaman will have. And this is, a prime example of the concerns that people like Elon Musk and Sam Altman have with providing UBI, universal basic income. Because as automation increases and replaces people's jobs, people with low IQ, low utility jobs such as Yaman are going to be replaced. And now we're going to have to support him. And, he's going to start with the subscriptions. If you like, subscribe, please, to my Patreon for $5 a month, etc. And then it's going to move on to GoFundMe's and then ultimately unemployment line.
Or
yeah, if you think machine is right, please scroll up to the top of our screens and through the link to Patreon. You may support this space before UBI kicks in universally.
Or think about this. We train a model on Yaman. We have it clone his voice using 11 labs. You can provide a 1-minute sample, and they create an AI voice that sounds exactly like him. Then we train a model based on all his responses using the new GPT-4o. It automatically detects when people say things. Can you hear me? It says the speech about can you hear me? All automatically on autopilot. Then we train a synthetic version of machine, a synthetic version of Wes, a synthetic version of Meta. And we have them all just talk to each other, all the models. Nobody knows when it's really us and when it's the model. The space goes on 24 hours a day. We take sponsors, we get rich, and we can just do whatever we want. The space just runs itself. The new news from the timeline is passed in as a prompt into the space. And the models trained on us just give our reaction based on all the past spaces. It's ingested them all. And 5,000 years from now, after we're dead, the space continues on with news of the latest hoverboards and, Nikola time machines and whatever products there are.
What if we are all AI, Omar, and you're the only real one?
Could be. You never know.
You never know.
Think about this. There'll be viral marketing campaigns. You'll meet all these people online. You'll become best friends with them. Talk to them on spaces, video chat with them. And they're all talking about how they love Trader Joe's. None of them ever want to meet up. They just always want to go to Trader Joe's. Every time you ask them to hang out, I can't. I got to go to Trader Joe's.
I
You
would just say
realize
Trader Joe's. This is so
none of
creepy.
them are real.
I just grabbed a wafer cookie, chocolate covered.
Wow.
Did you
Are
see
you
it?
real? Wow.
Yeah. Sierra, then Neon.
I know most of what Omar just said was satirical, but it did make me think, how long before our AIs are interacting with one another on our behalf? Like, that's a very real possible future where when our AIs of choice have enough personalized information about us and how we respond to certain things and our interests, and there soon will be a world where our AI might interact on our behalf with someone else's AI. And I think it's really interesting.
I mean, isn't that kind of like how humans talk to each other today and take their dogs to a dog park so they can play? They make some dog dates. We're gonna be the doggies. Machine. I mean, Neon. Because I was thinking Machine's mom when I said dog. Anyway, not
Sure.
Neon.
I just want to further counter this idea that this release or the direction that OpenAI is going couldn't be massively impactful and fundamentally change the world, even if it can't solve technically difficult problems that move some technical field forward. Modern life is super busy and complicated as compared to how it was in the past, and that keeps people from focusing on their core discipline. For example, I write code. It takes a lot of time out of my day to get in a clear headspace, load up the problem that I'm working on into my mental context, and then make progress on it. And that's constantly interrupted by mortgage issues, taxes, customer service issues, all these things that take 15 minutes or an hour of your day constantly. And Sam Altman on the All In podcast recently was talking about this sort of all-inclusive, fully integrated personal assistant. And I think that's what they're working towards. And a parallel in my mind is the way that iCloud brings magic to Apple products. One of the things so amazing about an iPhone is your calendar is fully integrated with all of your devices. Your messages are shared, your reminders are shared, your apps and their states are shared. And I think expanding that idea to have like an AI assistant that can go beyond just keeping all of your information organized and backed up, but also has some agency to help you throughout your day, could massively free up tons of talented people and tons of mental space for people to work on problems in more depth.
Yoda.
You know, before the event today, I was literally working with a developer on enabling speech, specifically text to speech and then speech to text. After watching that demo, we're gonna go back to the drawing board and you know, level up our service. I think voice will be the main interface in cars, not just to communicate to the robotaxi, to make a stop here, turn left here, go a little faster, go a little slower, but it will play a role in entertainment. I think in cars. This is this is huge. I think um, real time data that Elon has acquired through X, Twitter, um, is going to be a differentiator as well, to bring that real time data in the form factor of, say, news and other kind of information form factors into the rider in cars.
Omar, do you agree with what Yoda just said, that real-time data will always be a differentiating factor for XAI?
No, I mean, always is a long time, right? You know, there's a lot of sources of data on the internet. Is X going to continue to thrive as a platform? I hope it will. I'm invested in the X platform success, but in the history of the internet, you see many platforms rise and fall. When I was in college and high school, we used to post on Facebook.com. I never go on that website now. So, you know, there was MySpace before that. I'm not trying to say Twitter's MySpace, but, you know, is that really an enduring advantage? There's certainly a lot of places where you can get access to information.
Flexibility.
Yeah, definitely. Data is an advantage for XAI because X is like the primary source for even for journalists. So what many journalists do before writing a story is that they often try to consult with um, mainly X and Instagram. So they try to find the recent commentary about what happened, and they limit location and whatever, and they do that. So what that gives the opportunity for is that you automate that with AI itself. So like that's what Elon was pitching for Grok, the Grok news topic, that we'll collect data from X posts that happen. We'll try to find, repeated keywords from particular location, and that will give us an insight into the news that is currently in generation. So, and the biggest thing is that they have blocked their access for live information to other companies. So, like, I think they closed source their data sources. So, like, they said that you can't train an AI on X data anymore, the real time data. I think it was last year. And, it's a step towards ensuring that X remains a data well for X AI.
I mean, I agree. It's a great source of real time information right now. It can probably tell you what news is happening faster than any other source of data on the internet today. But keyword always, that changes the whole question. If you say, is it an advantage? Yes, it's a huge advantage today. Is it always going to be an advantage? I mean, the internet sites come and go all the time.
Yoda.
Yeah, I kind of agree, Omar, with you on that point. You know, the always. From the demo, it seems like the following is happening. Um, X currently has obviously a huge fire hose of real-time data, but the issue with X is that it itself is a extra step, right? You have to sort of input what you want to post on there, and then it gets ingested by the LLMs and you know goes after that. But from the OpenAI test today, it seems like the ChatGPT app, when you activate video, that data is always being ingested by ChatGPT, and so that becomes the real-time data. I guess what I'm trying to say is that with ChatGPT 4.0, it becomes possible for ChatGPT to ingest real-time data and use that to generate content or answer questions. And so I think X right now uh, is very interesting in that Tesla, the cars are always inputting real-time data. Now it's very purpose-built for driving, but I think similarly, the fact that your cars are always taking in video data, and then you integrate that with voice input and output, it would be quite powerful.
Complexity.
I didn't see the GPT-4o demo yet. Are they saying that they'll be using user data? Like when you submit a query, will they be using that data for real-time information?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so you can point the camera, let's say, at yourself and ask, what is my mood? You could point it the camera in front and ask it to answer like a math question as you're writing it.
So it's like the video that Google released, but it turned out that it was faked. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the multimodal capability that I think Google wanted to demonstrate, but obviously failed.
Omar, after today's demo, has your understanding of where everybody stands in this race changed at all?
No, I don't think it has changed much, but I think OpenAI has really kind of positioned themselves as the visionaries in this field. Everybody else is so focused at just catching up to OpenAI that they're really just doing that. And OpenAI is really thinking about where do we go next? And so, although they are still being commoditized by the likes of open source AI, Google's models, other models, they're also really thinking about the user interface in a way that the others really aren't. So I think we've kind of moved the state of the art forward a little bit with a multimodal model that can handle text, images, audio, and video. That is going to be the new standard for a state of the art model. And you're going to see everybody else rushing to now emulate that.
I guess this means more demand for NVIDIA GPUs, huh? NVIDIA is going to announce earnings in the next few days here. Do you expect their revenue growth, profit growth to continue pretty high?
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, of course, on the surface, processing audio and video in real time with high responsiveness probably requires more GPUs on the inference side. At the same time, this LLM game is pretty cutthroat, right? Like you have to train these really expensive models, building the training set. It's all just extremely expensive. And then OpenAI is just giving out their model for free, even for users who aren't paying now. So, what is your ability to recapture that investment? How do you survive as a business in this field? So, I think there are going to be a lot of demand from GPUs from OpenAI, from Microsoft, from Tesla and XAI, and some of your big players, who are backed up by billions of dollars and, cash flows on existing products. But really, I think behind NVIDIA selling GPUs, somebody has to be able to make money on those GPUs, right? And although a lot of value is being created by these LLMs, they're not profitable, really. They're, just really being commoditized in a way that people just expect them for free, right? So, what is the ability to really monetize this? Maybe in the future when it can replace a worker or something. And you can keep an industry going for some time when, it's losing money just based on excitement and outside investment capital. But eventually, there has to be some return for investors to keep the whole thing afloat. And if there's some kind of reckoning where, you can't just get VC funding and buy a bunch of GPUs or cloud credits or something like that, then that could eventually sort of kill growth of demand for GPUs if there ends up being an overcapacity of GPUs due to a lot of people just going out of business.
I think machine.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Omar that eventually that'll happen, but I think we're still good for at least a few quarters here, given what companies like Tesla and Meta have said about continuing to buy more GPUs. I just want to add my other point is that I'm really afraid for people in the fields of generative artistry, such as music and videos, that a lot of their work could be taken away, especially me, given my previous acting ability. I haven't gotten a new role in 20 years, and I think it might continue.
That's not because of generative AI. Inflexity.
Yeah, so the biggest point for NVIDIA AI is that they have enough demand from, if not from companies, they have demand from sovereign nations as well. So, from the commentary that we have from Jensen Wang, so like NVIDIA has about 4 quarters worth of earnings just from 4 quarters worth of revenue just from nations like India, UK, Germany, France. So the amount that they want to invest in their own sovereign AI clusters, it's enough to run demand for about 4 quarters. And more to the point that we are still seeing a cash infusion into AI technologies. So CoreWeave, CoreWeave raised about was 0.7 billion in November to buy more GPUs for their data centers. In March, they were discussing another capital generation of about $0.4 billion. So that's like $1.1 billion in cash generation, not valuation, in just 6 months. So there is no stop to the money that is flowing in right now. But once the bubble bursts, everything goes to hell.
I agree. And I don't know if there's I'm trying to think of ways that would be an indicator of that money flow stopping, but I haven't thought of a good one yet. If anybody has any suggestions about where all this VC money into profitless AI training compute, when is that going to stop? I would appreciate any sort of insights that you might have. Inflex.
Yeah, no, I was just having some problem. I'm just thinking.
Okay, Yoda.
Yeah, just on the revenue. I mean, Google provided the free search service subsidized by ads. Now, for OpenAI, they're obviously that's not their model, but I think they'll be closer to the App Store ecosystem model, whereby they'll take let's say a 25% platform fee on GPTs, and there'll be a long tail of GPTs that don't make money, just like apps. But they'll be the head of those apps that will essentially fund a very healthy revenue source for OpenAI. It's after today's demo, I also became a little bit more comfortable with Apple, recognizing that for the iPhone, Apple didn't need to build some carrier network, but just used ATT and others. And so similarly, perhaps for this wave, Apple doesn't need to have its own LLM and can just leverage the infrastructure of like the likes of OpenAI.
Thank you. Mr. J.
All right, I have a question. I'm reading my note card here. What do you guys think about companies that have proprietary data? So they would use an LLM as a base model, and then they have their own proprietary data to train the base model. And how would that affect their margins relative to other LLMs?
Omar, then Yoda.
Well, you probably wouldn't want to retrain your base model based on the data. You'd probably just have a really strong foundation model that could take the data in and operate on it.
Yoda.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're referring to the RAG technique. I think, yeah, there's some value to setting up that RAG logic, but the underlying intelligence and data from the base model will be so large. I think the RAG benefit will only be for enterprises that are larger. Um, the other way to look at the proprietary data is at the collection source end. And so if you look at Tesla, they built hardware that collect a very specialized type of source data, in this case, driving video data. And that has then a much larger leverage into what you can do when it comes time to using that data for inference on a task such as driving. So I think the latter is what Tesla is doing. It should not be confused with much more sort of smaller scale applications such as like RAG based implementations.
I mean, most people don't want to train their own models. So most people are not. It's like making your own battery. It's complicated. Most people are just going to use the models that are available.
Yeah, but what if, let's say, you have a company that is working with OpenAI, and OpenAI has a trained model, but then the company turns around and says, "We have this proprietary data. You can't look at it, but we want you to train your existing data model or enhance it using this proprietary data."
So yeah, I mean, I would probably just take like Llama 3 or something, and then maybe you could fine tune it to get some more of the desired behavior. You could fine tune it on specific data you had, which is relatively easy compared to training your own model or retraining the model with additional data. And then you could, ideally, you just kind of want to use the model that somebody's trained because you don't have the expertise to train your own model. And these models are advancing so rapidly that, like, by the time you finish training your model based on something, there's going to be a much more advanced model out there. So you're not going to have the most advanced model in the world. So really what you want to do is just use the best model that's available, expect it to evolve over time, whether you're using it via an API or inferencing it locally with an open model. And that model just has input, so you just kind of pass the data you want it to operate on as input in most cases, and just have it sort of operate on that. And that's, I think, probably what's going to work best for most people. Yes, in some rare cases, it may make sense to do a custom model or fine tune a model for your purposes, but that's going to be uh, a costly and endeavor that requires a lot of expertise. So most people are just going to use a base model off the shelf that's pretty good.
Machine.
I mean, I actually think that if you, and it's a big if, but if you do have a unique data set, then absolutely you should fine tune one of these large models with your unique data, and you will be able to provide a new product with better accuracy. That basically the cost wise is relatively low because you started with most of the cost being fed into these large models and you didn't have to do that. I think that can be highly profitable actually, but obviously the use cases might be very small. But I really do think the value of the data is what you should be recognizing here. That if you actually have a data set that's unique and no one else has it, then you can make money off of that just by fine tuning one of these models and providing something unique.
Okay, we have a bunch of news we got to get to. Because I think we've been talking about this for 2.5 hours now. So maybe we kind of put this to kind of table this for a little bit, and we can come back to it today or maybe another day. But for example, RK just pinged me on an article. Let me just make sure this article is current. Yeah, it's current as of today. Tesla's head of Cybertruck manufacturing is out. Tesla's head of manufacturing has left the company. It's clearly unclear if he was involved in yet another round of layoffs or if he left on his own accord. Over the last month, Tesla has been conducting several major waves of layoffs across its entire organization. At least 10% of the workforce has been let go, but Electric has learned that as much as 20% of the entire headcount could be gone by the time everything is said and done. Now, the latest executive is to leave is Ranji Zhu, Director of Manufacturing in charge of Cybertruck production. He announced on LinkedIn, quote, after triumphing the epic launch of Cybertruck program and ramping the volume production line to the steady 1,000 per week throughput orbit for the past 16 months in GFTX, also 7 weeks after the 5th anniversary, my adventure with this great company has come to an end. You was in charge of manufacturing operations for Tesla's highly successful Model 3 and Model Y production lines at Gigafactory Shanghai. In 2023, he came to Kickoff after Tom Shu, then the head of Tesla's operations in China, was placed in charge of roughly Tesla's entire automotive operations with the goal of replicating Tesla's success in Shanghai at its North American factories. Tom's recently went back to China. Let me just read this quote again. After triumphing the epic launch of Cybertruck program and ramping the volume production line to the steady 1,000 per week throughput orbit for the past 16 months. What the hell does that even mean? We know they're not producing 1,000 a week right now. Machine?
It's hard to say, obviously, whether this guy left on his own volition or was laid off or fired, whatever you want to call it. But the big picture.
What the hell is he patting himself on the back for? This is the worst production ramp ever in Tesla's history. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not even at 1,000. What is he talking about? What the hell is throughput orbit?
I don't know. That was weird. Is it worse than the Model 3 now? Model 3.
It is worse than the Model 3, yeah.
That's pretty bad. I just, big picture is that Tesla's, automotive business right now is Omar's going to disagree with me, but it's a total dumpster fire. Okay, there's a low demand, too much supply. Cybertruck's a great product. The actual products are great. The engineering's great, but the growth is not there. And people now in this company, this is not a startup. This company has 100,000 people, and the CEO has hurt morale with the way the layoffs.
I actually want to focus on the Cybertruck manufacturing head a little bit. Let's see what Omar has to say. Omar?
So Troy sent out an email last night to his Patreon subscribers. He says Cybertruck production's at around 792 units a week. So they said they got to a burst rate of around 1,000 a week, and that obviously is not being sustained all the time. Troy estimates they're around 792. So, I think probably the reason they haven't been producing more in part is just learning all the new tooling and everything. But I think part of it's also just they're losing a lot of money on each truck they sell right now. So they probably have to limit the ramp in that way. I mean, we've seen that even 4680 cell capacity is ahead of the actual general assembly. And 4680 capacity is pretty low. So it's a pretty interesting situation. I mean, I'd really like to see them ramp up at current levels. I mean, you multiply 792 week out by 12 or 13 weeks, and they have, I think, the opportunity to become the best-selling electric truck and outsell the F-150 Lightning at 7,000 units in Q1, but that's a pretty low bar, obviously. So, I'd really like to see them ramp up a lot more. So hopefully the new head can sort of take it to the next level and get up to, 10,000 units a week, or at least 5,000 units a week.
Machine, do you want to continue with your rant?
Yeah, I apologize for getting off topic. I mean, I was going to mention 4682 being, it's so unclear to me now because they're trying to tout that the costs are going to be low enough by the end of the year, and people are like, "Look, it's a great success," even though that's probably counting all the IRA benefits. So it's actually still probably considerably more expensive than 2170 production by Panasonic. Yeah, I just, the employee morale has got to be low. And this whole idea of people, working 80 hours a week or whatnot at a large company is obviously a joke for most people. It's not a startup anymore. And I expect to see more people exiting when they have the chance.
Don't you have enough people coming after your machine? Enough bulls? You're looking for more?
What'd you say?
Don't you have enough bulls coming after you these days?
I don't care. I think that's what's interesting. These people are obsessed with me, and then they block me. I don't know who you are. Why are you blocking me? I don't even know your profile. So, okay. It's like that Mad Men meme where the guy's in the elevator telling John Hamm, it's like, I think about this and you and this, and John Hamm's just like, I don't think about you at all.
Yeah. Omar, somebody in the reply on YouTube Live warned me that we shouldn't be sharing Patreon information. That's not public just yet. So our rule of house here is that if you do so by mistake, you have to pitch that person's Patreon. So let's hear your 30-second pitch for Troy's Patreon.
Yeah, subscribe to Troy's Patreon. I mean, regardless of what you think about his opinions, you subscribe and he'll tell you what the production and deliveries are going to be. He'll give you all kinds of interesting information. It's like $5. It's like probably the best value in this entire community. So what are you waiting for? Go to Patreon, subscribe. And guess what? Even if he blocked you, you can still subscribe on Patreon and you can get it right to your email.
Exactly. And I mean, it's not just about the predictions. Like his reason, he shares his reasoning, his sources, and everything. I mean, it's pretty amazing service. Machine absolute flexibility.
Yeah, I want to continue pimping Troy. That resource it's really amazing. He just provides data. Obviously, he has interpretation layered on top, but if you just look at the data, you can create your own conclusions from it, and no one else is doing anything like this. And if people had been looking at Troy's work 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, many people would have saved a lot of money. And I think now, you still have people making dumb bets like Michael making a bet against me that production for this quarter would be over 460,000. And if you take a look at Troy's page, I'm not going to say what the number is, but you would clearly not make the bet that Michael made. So subscribe to Troy.
Yeah, if you have Troy's numbers, you're going to win a lot of coffee bets easily. Although Michael might win a couple against me because Troy just adjusted some of his numbers. Anyway, what was I going to say? Anyway, team flexibility.
Yeah, so we were talking about VC. We are talking about, yeah, you know what? We'll do the AI funding later. I had found something interesting, but we'll do it later.
Okay, Mr. J.
Yeah, I was just reading the news, and it looks like the used Cybertrucks are selling like hotcakes and demanding a pretty good price. So at least on the used front, doesn't seem like it's an issue.
Well, the used Cybertruck prices are down to about 120,000 now. You can get a Cybertruck now about $120,000, and these are obviously Foundation series, so not too much higher than the original sale price with a few hundred miles on it. That tells me in a few months, not longer than a couple of months, I think, we'll see Tesla start delivering non-Foundation series. So, in my opinion, by the end of Q3. Machine, what do you think about that? By the end of Q3 for non-Foundation Cybertruck deliveries.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I think.
Okay. The other thing I want to say is, I forgot again. Wow, second time now, and I got good sleep last night.
Can I say something quickly?
Yeah.
I applaud you in learning how to try to shut me off as quickly as possible. You're doing a good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm on 4-0. Omar?
Yeah, just getting back to the layoffs, I think it's obviously bad for morale to lay people off. Nobody disputes that. Nobody likes when everybody's getting fired. They're worried if they're going to get fired. Some people will even leave just because they're kind of worried. But it's also bad morale when, your company loses money and people are worried about the future. So both are kind of tough decisions to make. It was funny. I was kind of watching Revenge of the Electric Car, and this was covering the start of Tesla, from 2003 to 2008 when they're doing the Roadster. And you can see a lot of the headlines back then. More layoffs at Tesla, Tesla running out of cash, Zoo out. And it's like, who's Zoo? But back then he was someone important enough that, it was a headline, right? So I think layoffs happen. I think Elon's realized there's actually kind of a silver lining too, in sort of strengthening the team in a way, calling people out, culling out old thinking, bringing in new thinking. And I would probably not get too alarmed about it. Layoffs happen. There's always, oh my God, JB left or Karpathy left or this person left. But the company has never really been affected. I mean, you look at Karpathy, for example, people said, oh my God, what's the future of FSD? I don't think anyone could dispute that they're obviously doing much better today than they were when he was at the company.
Yeah, except those cases are nothing like the current day, where the amount of layoffs, percentage-wise, is one of the highest in history. We don't have the obviously official numbers. We also have cases where you have entire departments being laid off, seemingly in a vindictive style. You also have now a case where the share price is significantly lower than it was a few years ago, which, if you talk to Tesla employees, that really matters to them. And lastly, I think the biggest part is that now you have this shift in the company happening with the deprioritization of automotive growth into focusing on robotaxi AI. And I think it's possible a lot of people in the company aren't fully on board with that because they may not, fully believe that it's going to happen in a short period of time. And I think that's what maybe hurts morale a bit more this time than other times.
Inflexity.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw this, but today morning, Bloomberg reported that Tesla has rehired supercharger workers after the cuts. Someone named.
Well, hold on. The way you put it is, I think, misinterpreted. So let's kind of just get the actual headline here.
Yeah, so today morning, Bloomberg reported Tesla rehires some supercharger workers weeks after Musk's cuts.
Okay. Tesla has begun hiring back some of the almost 500 members of a supercharging team that CEO Elon Musk dismissed late last month. Chief among the personnel who have returned is Max de Zeger, the director of charging for North America, according to people with knowledge of the matter, who asked not to be identified because the information is private. De Zeger was one of the top managers after Rebecca Tinichi, the senior director Musk fired late last month, along with virtually everyone else in the charging group. Yeah, so we don't know how many people are getting rehired. There's obviously lots of commotion right now. I wouldn't read into it that much more than that. Mr. J, and then I have a question for Sierra about something related she said.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he mention to some of the employees after they were laid off to apply again next month? And wasn't kind of the whole point of this to say, okay, I'm going to lay off everyone. If you still want to apply again next month, it sounds like you're really interested in Tesla.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, I'm not sure what this exactly means for stock options. So some people have said, when people are fired and are rehired, they lose their stock options. Is that true, Omar?
No.
Okay, thank you. Machine?
I don't know this for sure, but my guess is that if they had options that were in the process of vesting, then they would have to restart. In the sense that usually you have 1 year cliff where you have to make it 1 year in for any options to vest or RSUs to vest. And so for people who were there over a year, it may not matter so much, but they may have to start with a new year of vesting the future options. But for people who weren't there for a full year, they may have lost all those options and have to start over.
No. They're not being fired and rehired. They're just never being fired.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to clarify that because there's a rhetoric out there that Elon is firing or rehiring people to get rid of their stock options. And, according to Omar, this is false. They're not being fired, rehired. They're just not being fired when their decision is reversed. Okay. Sierra, you said earlier about training compute limits. You said that there's some innovations coming down the pipeline that could allow us to solve that bottleneck sooner. Can you elaborate on those?
Sure. So one of the more promising technologies is neuromorphic computing, which is just a different way of processing data in parallel. I posted an article recently on IBM's neuromorphic computing network. They're one of the largest online currently. And then obviously we've got a lot of quantum computing promises on the horizon. There are already some very large quantum computers that are online and active. How this translates to LLM computing is not necessarily a one-for-one. Quantum computing is better with binary. But there are a number of, we also have expansions happening in cloud compute. So all that I meant by that was that GPUs and CPUs will not be the only method of compute in the hopefully very near future, because we are a little bit compute restrained with the cost of GPUs and CPUs being higher and so many needed to run more advanced modules. That's all that I was talking about. Does that answer your question?
It does, but just one, when you say in the near future, would you be able to put kind of like parameters around that? Are we talking months or a few years or several years?
So for quantum, it really depends on how quickly we address issues in quantum error correction. It could be a couple of months. It could be a couple of years. Unfortunately, we don't really have any definitive answer on that. We're kind of just waiting for some breakthroughs to happen, which hopefully with new tool sets available to us will happen sooner rather than later. Neuromorphic is a bit more expensive to manufacture. So So that is a technology that works well already and doesn't have hurdles to overcome as far as efficacy. It does need more investment put into it, and I'm not really sure what the market on that looks like right now. But I imagine once IBM's neuromorphic network gets some more publicity and people see what it is capable of, we'll see some more money pouring into that.
Okay, I'm going to look into neuromorphic computing, which is a method of computer engineering in which elements of a computer are modeled after systems in the human brain and nervous system. The term refers to the design of both hardware and software computing elements. An approach to computing that is inspired by the structure and function of the human brain. Machine.
Well, I think that was insightful. Thank you, Sarah. However, I don't think anything is going to, of those, is going to ramp up production and supply in any meaningful quantity in the next year or two. So, Yaman, your pathetic bashing of NVIDIA is going to look very embarrassing, I think, in another quarter or two.
Wait, sorry, why is that?
Because there's no competing supply coming to provide training compute.
Well, that's not the only way this can go down, right?
I know, but you'll be wrong either way.
No, what else can it be? Go ahead.
Well, obviously, if people stop spending money because they have enough GPUs already. But we're already seeing signs of that not being the case. You have companies telegraphing that they're going to keep buying more. You already know this. You're just in denial. And it's embarrassing for your
No. Hold on. So Tesla said they're going to spend, right? At the current rate. Tesla didn't say they're going to increase spend. What did Meta exactly say? I hear people reference Meta. What did it say?
Sorry, I had a cough. I think they said they're spending more than expected, but I don't know for how long. So again, the same uncertainty is going to be there forever.
So they didn't say a specific figure for 2024, 2025?
I don't recall. Probably not.
Yeah. Okay. So do you have any evidence to support the claims they're making, or just kind of pulling out of your human brain?
Well, I do often do that, but I think you have to apply a sort of common sense figure on this stuff, which is, as we're seeing some of these companies indicate every quarter that they're going to continue to spend, even if they're not projecting out for a few years. If we take it in aggregate, you see this sense that companies are still spending, maybe incrementally, a slight increase.
That's not enough. That's not
That
enough.
is enough to support NVIDIA.
No,
it is enough.
No, it's not. Oh my God.
NVIDIA's P ratio is not that high. You're a joke.
Inflexity.
You come in here.
Yeah, so Meta guided that they will increase their spending by approximately 3 to 5 billion as per their guidance. They had given prior guidance of 30 to 37 billion dollars, and now the guidance is at 35 to 40 billion dollars. But anyway, it doesn't matter because in the short term, for the next 4 quarters, Nvidia has a complete order book, so it doesn't matter how much other companies are willing to spend because they are supply constrained, and any logical firm shouldn't be taking orders if they are constrained for at least 4 quarters. So yeah, their earnings are going to be at maximum potential for 4 quarters. Then the supply constraints are going to get lifted by the second quarter of 25. So that's going to be the time when companies should start ordering their H200s in mass as well as their B100s and B200s.
Yeah, even if all that's true, that's not enough to support the current valuation. But Machine has a different view, obviously. Go ahead, Machine.
Yeah, I know you like PE ratios, forward PE ratio of like 30. You find obscene unless it's Tesla. Then you love.
That's not true. That's not true. I don't
80.
I don't talk about PE ratios. You're the only person who talks about PE ratios. I never talk about PE ratios.
The peg for NVIDIA is too high, not the PE itself.
Sierra, maybe from these two
I just want to clarify for our listeners. I misspoke when I said that IBM has a neuromorphic computing network. It's Intel. And I did post an article on that down in the purple pill for anyone who's interested.
Thank you. E machine, how Sierra corrected herself when she misspoke. We never do that. I have to correct her nonsense.
I always say when I'm wrong. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
She is much more well behaved than me, or really Omar and other speakers. I mean, I tend to see that pattern. That's why you need more female speakers, because they're much more polished and behaved. We're just like miscreants who you have to like whip once in a while to make sure we don't like cause too much nonsense.
Yeah.
What? What did you just say?
I mentioned a whip.
Just 1 second. So if there is a breakthrough in neuromorphic computing or quantum computing, doesn't that mean machine less need for NVIDIA GPU, not more?
Not necessarily. You know, there's NVIDIA is going through this whole process of induced demand. The more you have these things, it's possible that more people in the world want to train models. And even if there's an increased supply in these other computing methods, they may not increase enough versus the natural demand rate. And so NVIDIA still could provide more compute or need to, but I'm not confident on that. The other aspect is this is
Yeah, I mean, this is very similar to like the list of prices demand will come idea, which I think it will, but it's going to like there's going to be this couple of years a gap where people are going to question if demand will ever come, just like we're seeing with Tesla right now.
Yeah. So, but the other point is like I don't know what else NVIDIA is working on. I mean, Intel. Do I think like Intel's the expert on next generation computing developments? Like, are you telling me NVIDIA is not working on anything like this? Like, I don't know enough to say one way or the other, but I would pause and think first if other companies are also working on this. NVIDIA must be working on something like this too.
Omar, and then Flexity.
Yeah, there was an interesting blog post out by Stanford yesterday that talked a little bit about some of the stuff they're doing to make sure GPUs are utilized more efficiently. They said, well, these hardwares are often really underutilized. You have to kind of put a lot of work into just sort of making sure the GPUs we have are highly optimized. So they said in the last few years, this is the hazyresearch.stanford.edu. They say in the last few years, we focused a great deal of our work on making AI use less compute, e.g. Based, Monarch Mixer, H3, Hyena, S4, among others, and run more efficiently on the compute we have, e.g. Flash Attention 2, Flash FFT Conv. Lately, reflecting on these questions has prompted us to take a step back and ask, what does the hardware actually want? What can we give to it? And they talk about essentially, making sure the tensor cores are always utilized and what features on the H100 they can use to really maximize utilization. And, without going into too many details, it's obviously just an intense area of focus, making sure we're using, the AMD hardware we have as much as possible, making sure that the H100s were really taking advantage of all the features and maximizing them so we don't, so we can use less and get more out of less with the same power consumption and everything. So is this kind of stuff on its own going to offset the growth in demand? No, probably not, in my opinion, but it will at least slow it down somewhat. And there will come a point eventually when we have too much compute, and the demand for compute, I think, will fall a little bit. Maybe we'll learn how to use things more efficiently. Maybe there will just be less VC money coming in, and I think the compute market will take a step back. I think it'll, continue to grow over time, but there might be a little bit of an overexcitement here. It's difficult to really project out. Right now, it looks like more and more compute is the tool that we have to really solve these deep learning problems. But there could be other innovations in the future that really change what that equation looks like. So it's kind of difficult to build a forecast with a lot of certainty.
Omar, actually, coincidentally, your girlfriend told me she also recently has learned to I screwed it up. Damn it.
That's okay. You want to go again? It's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect. We know you are
Well, I
far
was
from
just
it, but
going to say, speaking of working, getting to you, I screwed it up. You get more out of less.
you know what's the problem? You know what the problem is?
failure.
Popeyes. It's the Popeyes you know.
Well, I didn't have Popeyes last week, so I got a barbecue sandwich from the Woodside BBQ.
Yeah, so I was just looking at NVIDIA and neuromorphic computing, and apparently from how much, hate they are getting over it on YC's forum and Reddit and everywhere, it doesn't seem like NVIDIA has any research or project going on in neuromorphic computing. And apparently everyone I see in the neuromorphic computing field, the articles are all about shaming NVIDIA for their resistance to the, technology.
Okay. I mean, this could easily be something like, Ford working on solid state battery, and I don't know, but Sierra seems pretty excited about it. So, Sierra, do you think this is going to be a major paradigm shift, neuromorphic computing or quantum computing? I mean, I think you said for quantum computing, we're waiting for inventions, basically, and that could happen anytime. Neuromorphic computing cost needs to come down, I believe you said, and that will take time. So I guess it's not really in the timeline horizon of the stock market. Is that fair to say?
This is not financial advice, but I do think, yes, they both will take time and they both are promising in different aspects. Quantum is definitely going to have very different applications, whereas neuromorphic will be more in line with current AI inference technologies. But the price is quite high. And I'm not sure how long it will take for the price of hardware to come down. I'm sorry, I have a barking dog in the
No, that's
background,
okay.
so I'm gonna mute.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that does sound very much like these kind of battery technologies that we hear every now and then. This is going to take Tesla. It's going to take over the industry, and Tesla's going to fall behind, kind of stuff. So I guess I'll keep looking into it, though. Thanks for bringing it up.
I mean, we don't really know how to build a real quantum computer or neuromorphic computer. Like, we have some things we call quantum computers, but like they can barely put a few qubits together and get it to work. Like, I think the real litmus test is kind of like Shor's algorithm. If you can have a quantum computer that can actually run like Shor's algorithm and factor large numbers in ways conventional computers can't, I think that's the point where you say like, okay, we've really got a real working, quantum computer. But what we have today is really kind of just like a few qubits. So there's big leaps we need in the technology and quantum error correction and everything, um, before it becomes, I think, more mainstream. And I think neuromorphic, some people are trying some stuff with that, but it's obviously very much still at the kind of scientific level, I think.
Okay, should put her hand down.
I lost you
all
for
right,
a second. You cut out. I just was going to respond to that. So we do currently have IBM's Osprey, which is I believe to date, the largest quantum processor with something like it's either 430 or maybe 450 qubits. But Google also announced a quantum processor that one is smaller. And D-Wave, if anyone is familiar, has apparently launched a system called Advantage, which has more than 5,000 qubits. However, a tremendous amount of error correction advancement needs to be made. Oh, someone just DM'd me to clarify that Osprey's 433 qubits, and that sounds right, actually. So they do exist. They are out there. IBM has several that are quite large. There's the Eagle, Osprey, and one that's smaller than the Eagle. It's a bit older, but we're always off from being able to mass produce quantum computers, and they definitely will have more industrial applications than I don't think people are going to have personalized quantum computers, nor would you really have a need for it. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, this space has been going on for 3 hours, and we have a couple more things to talk about. So, Finflex, the last word on this.
Yeah, so just quantum computing news for everyone interested. So today morning, the China Daily actually reported that the Chinese Academy of Sciences has created a 504 qubit chip for its new quantum computer. So it's the best thing in China right now, and it's meant to rival IBM's 1121 qubit Condor chip. Yeah.
Thank you. Omar, did you see, let's switch to FSD. Did you see Miss Jillian's ride with Dan O'Dodd with a weight in the driver's seat and the car drives 12.3.6? What did you think of that video?
Well, I thought it was pretty irresponsible of Dan and his team. Although, you can kind of trick the safety systems by putting a weight on the seat and putting a weight on the wheel and, sitting in the back seat. You shouldn't obviously do this. The car could require human intervention. It's designed for human intervention. You could see that he had to put his foot over onto the other side and hit the accelerator. So this is not something that should be encouraged or people should be shown how to do. The safety systems are there for a reason. Like, it's always going to be a little bit of a cat and mouse game, but ultimately when people have their own car, you can't really stop them from doing this kind of stuff. So, it is possible to operate a Tesla in kind of like an almost level 4 mode if you trick the safety systems. And it can work as they demonstrated, but it's obviously just not what was intended and it's not safe. You risk basically getting your FSD revoked from the car, and you also risk being put in jail if you do this. So don't do it, even though it's theoretically possible. It's not something anyone should do, obviously. But it is kind of interesting that someone proved it could be done. I mean, we were having a discussion the other week, and I said, maybe I should just get in the back seat and do this just within my gated community just to show that it can do it. But I didn't want to actually do it because it was kind of, reckless to do so. So it's interesting that Dan did it. He's kind of trying to make the case that this should be banned because somebody could do this. But I mean, who's going to do this? It's, would just be incredibly stupid. So Tesla may need to update their cabin camera to better detect when someone isn't in the driver's seat. Currently, they're using the weight sensor in the seat, but obviously that can be tricked by putting a weight there. And again, you're never going to completely outsmart people, so you don't need to make it like incredible, but you need to make it good enough to catch these obvious scenarios, like someone not sitting in the driver's seat. And probably the reason why it didn't do a good job was because there was somebody sitting in the back seat. And other times we've seen them put a bear in the driver's seat and use that. And you don't want the driver monitoring system to be throwing off too many false alarms. So it really just is geared towards making sure people aren't using their phones and stuff. Um, but of course, it can be updated via an over-the-air software update and make it more difficult for people to do this. But there are like always hacks you can do. Like I've seen, for example, people just take apart the housing and take the wire that goes to the camera and just plug it into a computer that just plays a video feed, right? So, there's probably stuff you could do to prevent that. You could send out like an IR blaster that they have on the most recent cars and send out a pattern and then try and detect that. So, you can really get into like a cat and mouse game, but it doesn't really need to be perfect. It just needs to be good enough that it's annoying and normal people don't do it. And I think they have a decent amount of protections in there right now. So this is really nothing new. I mean, he's been making videos for months where he shows that, for example, he put a bear in the driver's seat and that type of thing. But in the real world, people don't do it. And it's not the safety systems that make them not do it. It's that they understand that it's a stupid idea. And if they hurt somebody, they would be liable. They would go to jail, not anybody at Tesla. If you hurt someone, you could really be, go to jail for the rest of your life or something. So, yeah, interesting to see, but also don't do it.
Okay, great. Machine, did you notice, actually before that, Scott, keep it short.
Hello. So when I think about this, if you go buy a table saw or any kind of electrical stuff, it has guards on there that you're supposed to use. And if you take the guard off because you don't want to use it because you think it impedes you, you can still cut wood or do whatever you want and cut your finger off. So what's the deal here? They put the safeguards in place. He's deliberately trying to do these things. It's not the way they're supposed to have it designed. Of course, they're going to have problems. So to me, it's more of an attitude of just trying to prove something wrong. They have the safeguards in place. They're there for a reason. So why are they making such a big deal about it? I guess that's what really kind of bothers me about his whole thing.
Okay, thank you. Machine.
Well, there's no question, but I guess
So
I'll
the
just
question
say,
is, okay, go ahead, say it.
no, I agree with Scott. I mean, like, who cares? This guy's just making stuff up. Like, yeah, you can make any system fail if you really try hard. So, like, congrats, you got the car to drive by itself without someone sitting there. You know what? You could do that with any car. If you stuck a brick on the accelerator pedal and then jumped in the back seat, it would crash within 5 seconds. Do you think everyone's going to be going, oh my God, I can't believe they let the car do that? Honda, Toyota, how dare you let the car do that? No one would do it. And it's just kind of interesting because the closer you get to an autonomous vehicle in terms of capability, the more people, I guess, are going to blame the automaker if it doesn't actually work like an autonomous vehicle. Because if it wasn't even close, no one would even care or even consider it. So it is an interesting psychology. I think the best thing to do is just ignore him.
Well, I think Elon said it best. Dan is the ultimate unpaid QA tester. He's got a whole team working on all these situations. Is it actually causing any problems? Have we seen anybody get hurt because of this? No, because nobody wants to crash their car. But he's providing valuable, QA for
Exactly.
free to help,
And
to create
Dan
his
has
buzz.
done more. Dan has done more for Tesla than Machine ever has. Machine has shorted the stock, and Dan has actually done real research, finding out problems.
And Dan has bought more FSD Teslas than Machine.
Exactly. If you really love the mission, you buy Teslas, and the more Tesla you buy, the more you love the mission. Clearly,
Dan has
Dan
6.
loves the mission. Dan loves the mission 6 times more than machine does. Go ahead.
Look, man, I own a Tesla. I invested since 2017. I still hold shares. Not many right now. So, you can diss me all you want. That's fine. But, yeah, I'm off my game today.
Are you gonna start crying? Are you gonna start crying next?
No, I'm
What's
not gonna
going on here?
cry. I'm just, I don't know. I can't come up with anything to
You
say.
sound
And
like
then I don't have anything of real content to provide. So if I'm left to just provide by ad hoc, ad lib, and I fail, well, then what am I? I'm nothing.
No, I got you. Don't worry. We're gonna go to Jimmy. I have a couple of questions for you, Jimmy.
Yeah, Tesla FSD is probably the best system in the world because it makes it all the way to the accident site every single time.
Great. Machine Tesla FSD is moving back a little bit in percentage of rides completely without the disengagement, critical disengagement. It's now down to about 96%, I think, last time I checked. What do you make of that? 12.3.6. Does it have more to do you think, with new folks coming in to the FSD program, FSD beta testing, or I guess the beta is gone now, but or signing up for the tracker? What do you make of that? I know you and I have a bet for September 30.
I think it's multiple things. I think it can be partially new people signing up, new people trying FSD. I think in addition to that, people trying, as we've discussed many times, people test it out in harder situations as it gets better, especially these technology enthusiasts level, which we're at right now, like Omar. And I do think it seems like historically that these micro digit model updates tend to not do fundamental improvements to the software, but they're tweaking small things, and sometimes we see that it gets worse temporarily before the big update, where we see a market improvement. So I'm not that surprised to see that. Having driven in it with this fellow Holmars from previous editions, like it's clearly, obviously, much better. So I expect to still see increments over time. I'm not worried about a big picture, and yeah, that's it.
You still think you're going to win that bet?
Yes, I mean, this is minor noise right now. I'm not concerned
Do
about
you
it at
remember
all.
the bet?
I believe, was it 99% of drives for a whole month will not have a critical disengagement
in the US, yeah.
In the US,
or I guess across the tracker, because I think they have Canada in there too.
It does sound daunting, but by the end of September. So, but
well, you said June, so I gave you 3 more months because I know you're optimistic. I got optimism bias. Trying to kind of teach you that these things take time, that you can't just like.
It's funny because I think people, Meta, who no longer, rest in peace to this account. He hasn't been on here, but laughed at me with my predictions, my timelines, while he was, so far off, with thinking these things were going to happen a year ago, and I just think I'm trying to be steady. Like, if I indeed thought that Tesla would be close to like a fully competent driver by the end of this year, then getting to 99% for a whole month is a step in that process, because that's not fully autonomous. That's not reliable enough to be robotaxi. Like 99%, it's just like one step. So I do think we're going to see 12.4, 12.5. I don't know if we're going to get to 12.6 by September, but I would bet my hope is 12.5 or something like that will be able to get us to that level, just based on the hints we got from Elon in terms of the amount of miles per useful data point that they're able to get. That I think they're hinting that there's been big progress made in these new models.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Well, I hope you're right. But sorry, what's the indication of the big progress made? Can you say that again?
Elon said, I'd have to find the exact tweet, that basically they're only finding useful data cases once every 10,000 miles now.
Yeah.
So that's, if I interpret that, in the way my default mind wants to, is that the system, the latest software, which I presume is like 12.5 or 12.6, is not able to find cases that it disagrees with the human only once every 10,000 miles. That's useful for training. Now, there's certainly ways you could argue that that's wrong. It might be, oh, they may still have issues more often than once every 10,000 miles, but they're issues that they've already have data for or something. And so, they're discarding it for other reasons. And that's not like the true disengagement rate. But if it's something around that order of magnitude, then that's a significant improvement versus what we're seeing right now in 12.3.
Jimmy?
Would disengagement rates go down if Tesla next month decides to remove the Tesla nag? I've heard many comments about this.
Machine gun? Oh my gosh, what's going on with you guys?
No.
It's you. You're breaking in
Oh,
and out.
yes.
No one can hear you. It's useless. Just
I can hear myself through your microphone, dude.
Just start speaking in Turkish, okay? Because no one hears you anyways. I think, yeah, certainly it'll affect disengagement rate, but not critical disengagement rate. I don't think as much. So I don't think Omar could speak more to that, but my guess is that it wouldn't.
Omar? Yeah, I actually meant to say Omar. I mistakenly said machine. Omar?
Well, it's not going to impact the disengagement rate. Someone accidentally disengaging or disengaging because they feel like it is not a real disengagement. It's just them turning the system off. So it's important to kind of parse that data through. If you're looking at the real rate of disengagements, it's not going to be affected by the nag. We're talking about the rate of issues, real issues, not, noise in the data.
Well, wouldn't you consider that to actually be a real issue if people start ignoring the driving?
I think the FSD tracker doesn't count accidental disengagements or disengagements because you felt like it as disengagements.
I think Omar is having some connection issues. Scott Archer, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? With the FSD tracker, it's only whatever you put into it. So anytime I do a drive more than 5 miles, I have it up now. And so you either put in there, you disengaged because another car, like when I was going through Philly, some asshole just kept riding right in the spot where the car needed to get over. They'd speed up and turn the blinker off, whatever. So I took over. So I don't know. I haven't had any criticals there, but I was thinking about FSD take rates because I'm so excited. I think it's so amazing. I can't agree with the fanboyness of Omar any more than I already do. And I can't believe it isn't like the topic of the town. And then I was reading a post yesterday and it never dawned on me. I don't use my phone when I drive. I've never used my phone. It's always been a peeve. And sorry, I'm walking up and down the stairs.
Scott, you just get to your point. You're very elaborate. I have questions for Machine. This space has been going on for 3.5 hours.
Sorry, I
Sometimes,
missed
like
it.
people sometimes sign up for Patreon and then they come up and think that they're going to stay on speaker board.
No, I
You
didn't
know,
mean to do
that's
that.
not the case. Like, okay, I understand. But do you have a question?
It was actually somebody commented, I don't use FSD. I think it's neat because I can't use my phone. That's all.
Okay, thank you. You know, by the way, Meta canceled this Patreon and said, Machine, you don't like this one. He said, before I come back, I want an apology. Like, for what? For you being wrong on your fucking bet? What am I apologizing for? It's the same nonsense I get from people when they sign up for Patreon. They think they can stay up here, and then when I move them down, they're like, "Oh, I'm your patron. How can you move me down?" It's the same nonsense. I'm like, I thought you're better than that. I guess you're not. So
Well, listen, you two need to get a room and hash out your
no.
issues. I don't know
No.
what your deal
There's
is.
no issues. There's no issues. It's the same treatment for everybody. If somebody cuts me off, I've asked him to not cut me off 1,000,000 times. And he's so good with these like apologies and everything on the spot. But if it doesn't lead to a change of behavior, then the apology is meaningless. And he cut me off again, and I moved him down, just like I moved down to anybody else when they cut me off. And all of a sudden, what do you need special royalty treatment? No, that's not going to happen. Also, I'm back to our bets. No, go ahead.
I want to say, did you also kick Wes off because you're starting to lose? I don't know who's gonna be left because it's gonna be just you and Omar at some point because you can't rely.
I mean,
on
I would be
me.
perfect. I would be perfectly fine with that. But yeah, I mean, rules apply to everybody, and I want a collaborative environment where we can joke around. If people have thin skins, then then they probably don't belong on the board. What do you want to do? I lived in Philadelphia for 18 years. If you have a thin skin, you don't survive in Philadelphia. So this is the way it is.
Or Turkey is my guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you going to talk about other? Before I go, I would like to talk about this market stupidity in general at some point.
GME. I think Omar had something to say real quick, and then we can switch to Omar.
Yeah, I mean, I think I sympathize with Meta somewhat because it is level 4 like, but you can't declare victory and say it's level 4. Obviously, it's not. It's getting close, but even for me, like with my flower
It's not even
deliveries,
about that. Honestly, like it's not even about that. Even if he is right, that's just not the way to handle the situation. Like I'm not looking for people who are going to turn these coffee bets into like live or die situation. It becomes so intense that I don't even want to do coffee bets. That's not what I'm looking for. I want to be able to have a good time. I want people to have a good time. Like we're here for hours. And do you think I want this to be an intense 3 hours straight? No. For ridiculous stuff like that, no. If it's like actual, important stuff, then yeah, let's get intense. But coffee bets are supposed to be fun. And even like in my real life too, like outside the space, if I come across somebody who is just too intense about things, I don't like that. Like I distance myself from that person. So, Machine.
Well, I would just say, keep smiling, keep shining, knowing you can always count on me, for sure. That's what friends are for.
Okay, Mike.
For good times and bad times, I'll be on your side forevermore. That's what friends are for.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it back to a lighter topic and ask a question about FSD, if I may. Um, so maybe to Machine and to Omar, how much improvement do you expect in version 12.4 in terms of miles to critical disengagement and percent of drives with no critical disengagements? I mean, I'm just thinking about it, and I wonder if we can estimate this based on scaling laws and literature and Tesla's, growing compute chart that they put out in the quarterly letter. Thank you.
I mean, how the fuck am I supposed to know? I haven't tried it yet. Ask me after I tried it. and I'll be able to tell you or have a better idea. I mean, it better get a lot better. It needs to not make any mistakes. You listen to people and we're like, oh my God, this is so great. 11 made me shit my pants. And 12, I didn't even shit my pants once. And then an ordinary user tries it and they go, hey, this sucks. It tried to drive over a turkey. And I don't want to pay for this. I like turkeys. So I'm hoping it gets a lot better really quickly. It adds the ability to reverse, it adds summon, it removes the nag. I think those would all be huge things for making it a better sell to the users. But I have no idea how good it's going to be. It could be worse than the current version, for all I know.
Okay. Machine, is there anything else you want to talk about before you head out?
Yeah, sorry, I had to clear my mind of Dionne Warwick singing for a second there. I would just say, I expect with this additional compute that's come online, and as they incrementally add data, right now I believe that the slope for this rate of change and how well FSD is going to learn and improve, I think it's relatively high. And I could see a 10x improvement, or 10x reduction in error rate over the summer. And after that, it may slow down some. But I do believe this is the period of time where they can get big gains.
Okay. Well, we can make these, forecasts, but at the end of the day, coffee bets rule. So you and I have a coffee bet already, unless you have new information. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree. Just quickly, yeah, on the market in general. I mean, we saw all this GameStop move up like 75% just because Roaring Kitty posted a picture. This guy who caused the last GameStop huge run years ago. He didn't. It's not like he provided some new analysis on GameStop, and it's up 75%. And then I look in AMC, the other bad boy manipulated stock for Wall Street bets, is also up 70-some%. And then on top of that, someone points out to me that your favorite EV company, VinFast, is up 50% today. And I'm just wondering what in the world is going on. I have now today spent time shorting GameStop, AMC. I ran out of time for VinFast, so maybe another day. I don't know. I actually, Tesla followed a bit of the GameStop trajectory during the day, and I was like, the pop in Tesla was just these gamblers pushing the stock up, and it concerns me a bit. I didn't understand you.
I said, Omar, what do you think about this GameStop? All right, Omar is having some difficulties, I think, connecting issues.
Sierra, what do you think of GameStop?
Sierra, do you trade any stocks like Machine?
I do not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no thoughts on GameStop. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish I could hear stuff like that from Machine. That sentence. I have no thoughts on this topic. It never happens. He always has thoughts. Bradford.
I just admire the intestinal fortitude of Machine. Was this before or after Popeyes?
No Popeyes today. Just had a steak. But these are small percentage bets right now. Maybe 2 to 5% of my portfolio on each. That helps me. I actually, my biggest mistake, if you would like to know, and you want to talk about intestinal fortitude, is my short call spread on a ticker DJT, which you may know as the Donald J. Trump Media Company, valued at some $7 billion. It loses money. It has shrinking revenue, shrinking users. But this thing is out of control and totally manipulated. And, I got maybe a little emotionally invested, which is never a good idea. And so I think I have more contracts than I should.
Adrian.
Well, while Adrian's taking the temperature, I just wanted to reiterate. I think it's an interesting move Machine did. I wonder if today is going to be the start of like a multi-day move. But it did seem rather silly. A lot of the heavily shorted stocks went up. We have a couple companies in our portfolio that have a high amount of short interest, and we're up decently today, and we use today as an opportunity to trim back on a couple names. I don't know if Tesla was totally driven by this. Like the short interest isn't that high in Tesla. I know it's a high dollar amount because Tesla is over $500 billion. I think. I think today was more about. I think there's positive news about the Model Y. I think the financing makes a big difference. Most people evolve around monthly payments. So if you can greatly reduce monthly payments, I think that's a big benefit. And I'm curious to learn more about what else happened with the financing, because I heard it mainly in connection with the Y.
Adrian.
Kind of want to get back to the FSD thing a little bit. We have that second space with Dan O'Dowd, and I think like a lot of people are freaking out now because it was kind of funny. Warren and Meta, they really took him apart. It was so hilarious, especially Warren. He seems to be some sort of expert interrogator. It's kind of funny. So like sitting there and ask him a whole bunch of questions, and turns out that bro basically knows nothing. That's actually the very condensed assessment that we can get to. He knows very little, if anything at all, of what he speaks. And now that's kind of been put on full display. There's 0 data points that he mentions that he really sticks to. There's not much of a fundamental anything to what he's stating. There's a lot of weird gotcha moments. There's a lot of weird like tricks and such. Bro just speaks a lot of things where it's like he's profoundly saying things that mean nothing. That seems to be the primary issue here. And I think this is definitely going to be the last space as well that we're doing, because I think that's all that we had to get to. That's all that we really had to analyze out of him. We got the full summary, we got all the data. Ironically enough, though he has 0 data, that's why we call him Dan Zero Dat. But it's, yeah, it was just weird. It was another interesting space, but I think this one definitely put on full display the rather spectacular lack of capability, rather, of a person who seeks to somehow, I don't know what, legislate the future of autonomy. I mean, that's crazy.
Machine.
Adrian, I think it's funny what you said about Warren, because I believe he's a former lawyer. So I hope he is able to interrogate. And as for Meta, I did listen for like 5 minutes, and Meta in classic form was building up a case detail by detail, pinning Dan O'Dowd back, asking him very specific questions. And you could see Dan O'Dowd in real time realize he's going to get trapped by Meta. And he's just trying to be like, it doesn't matter. There's other things too. And I'm like, he's totally going to nail this guy to the wall by the end of this.
Bradford.
So I think I want to listen to it now. I hear that they're not getting any data from their main partner. So like, there's got to be a lot of jealousy where Tesla's getting the data. They have this unified software approach, which is the biggest threat to Green Hill Software, because they are providing, the middleware software for vehicles, and they're not even getting data from their fleet. But Tesla gets this for free. It's got to be really frustrating. for Dan O'Dowd. And for him to be short on the details, that makes me think he's a CEO that's, not really on the engineering side, unlike Elon, who is on the engineering side.
Adrian?
Yeah, I fully agree here. Another thing that I also think was really interesting was even after that space, there are a lot of interesting moments where you can actually talk about the data in question, especially since, the participants of the space, not Dan O'Dowd, unfortunately, were able to present quite a lot of data and actually make queries about said data, which was quite interesting because it was all just denied by Dan. He was just saying, I don't agree with you. It's like, what do you mean? It's data. You don't agree with data? Okay, cool. And then we had an interesting assessment where it basically turned out that a lot of his assessments are basically just assumptions of data that Tesla puts out. That says, okay, Tesla's data is definitely not accurate. So first bias comes in there. Then he takes this data from other sources and then tries to adjust for the perceived problems in Tesla's data to create a quote unbiased perspective or more accurate data. It's just really it's mental mind games within mind games. It's like Inception / mental gymnastics, but on crack. So if you really were to think about it even more, then we have someone like Jillian, which of course I'm pretty sure many have seen those videos, which I don't quite understand why anyone would watch them. It's just basically the same thing over and over again. The only thing that person was able to take out of that space was moments where there are issues in semantics and moments with me. So I think we can clearly come to an establishment here that her primary focus is basically not just a problem with the product, but it seems to be a problem with Elon and anything Elon-like, given that I was literally the first thing she posted about. It's kind of obvious at this point that you have more of a problem with the person than you do with the product, which I think kind of invalidates any data point and position of some person such as that. Because even if you were to say, hey, I'm doing this for the future of autonomy, then why don't you go ahead and start criticizing other products as well by other companies? But you don't ever see them do that because that would be an absolute bloodbath for those products because they are not even functional at all. They look shittier than fucking Tesla's autopilot. Like Tesla's autopilot looks like a fucking savant in comparison to this thing over there. It looks like a 3-year-old human. It's insane.
All right, any questions, comments? Please request to speak. Bradford, how's it going?
Going good. I'm curious about the whole financing thing. I'm guessing you covered it earlier in the space. Did Tesla introduce this for more models than the Model Y? What have you been able to figure out along those lines?
I haven't dug into it too much. We did talk about it for a little bit that night or the day after, but I think all it is really Tesla moving the discounts from new inventory page to its balance sheet. So my guess is that they're going to finance this with their own balance sheets and maybe securitize it after a year or two. Who knows? But that's the way legacy automakers do. So Elon has talked about this step before, that Tesla wouldn't do these steps with low leasing rates and low subvented financing rates. But this obviously adds balance sheet risk to the company. But the company has no recourse debt, has ample cash to finance this for a few 10,000 buyers. I guess we'll see what the future brings. They're kind of dipping their toes, I think, at this point. Obviously, it's just for Model Y. It's only for US buyers. And we don't really know much about what kind of credit score is required for these rates. But I'm guessing it's going to be small, and we're not even going to see it on the balance sheets for the next quarter or the quarter after. And hopefully by then, the rates will come down. Federal funds rate.
I feel like it's a good move because it'll help support used car prices and all that.
How does it help support used car prices?
Because you're raising the price on the new, or you're holding it fast, so that should be supportive of used car prices right there. and it reduces some doubt in consumers' minds about trade-in values if you can put a floor on the used car price market.
Omar? Omar?
Yeah, I think when we're talking about, rates, we talk about the rate, the federal funds rate. It's actually really about the credit picture, which is a little bit more complicated. Obviously, the federal funds rate is a big determinant of the rate that banks will offer. But things like, for example, delinquencies also matter. If you see delinquencies going up, for example, and credit standards are tightening, that can make it harder for a consumer to buy a car, even if the nominal rate is the same. So there's a lot of moving pieces there. There's also the whole situation with a lot of consumers who bought during the pandemic having negative equity on their vehicles, and in some cases, a lot of negative equity. And that makes it difficult for them to buy a new vehicle and to finance doing so, even if they wanted to, and even if they have decent credit. So, really, the credit situation for consumers that's weighing on the auto market, rates are part of it, but a lot of it is really just also how banks feel about lending to consumers right now.
Adam?
I just want to go back to Adrian quick. He's been begging people on X to volunteer their cars that are not Teslas. She's not anti-Tesla. She's a fan. She loves the product. This is just another case of this community attacking anybody that criticizes Tesla. Like she can be a fan.
I'm sorry, if you take me out of context and specifically put these out of context moments as a
Wait
primary
your
focus
turn.
on your page as the only
Wait,
mention, then I believe that attack is kind of the other way around. It's kind of a
wait your
double-edged sword
turn.
here.
Wait your turn, man.
I see we got a fan here.
I'm not a fan,
Wait your
dude.
turn.
I'm
Adam,
just saying I follow her.
Adam, if you could,
She's
Adam,
very
if you could like
neutral. She
speed up your
loves.
thing and stop shilling people, that would be really good. Actually, if you got to something that's actual content,
Dude, I don't.
that would be nice.
Dude, you're.
okay, back to the financing discussion. Yeah, I mean, I like Miss Julian. I think she puts out good content, and I watch her content. I don't think I mean, if like I wouldn't do this test about no driver in the seat. That's obviously misusing the system and whatever. Um, but I think we do need a diversity of voices, generally speaking. Okay, back to the financing discussion. Bradford, what do you think will be the impact on margins of this decision? So obviously Tesla used to offer, up to $10,000 discounts on the new inventory page. And they got rid of that at the end of March, in early April. And now they brought this mid-May. What do you think will happen in June? And what do you think that means for quarter-over-quarter gross margin automotive?
I think that's a great question. Unfortunately, I haven't done the math on it. I'm curious what the cost is to Tesla to buy down the rates, and I think that's something I'm going to put Matt to work on tomorrow.
Omar?
Yeah, I think it's potentially really interesting from a balance sheet perspective because I'm not sure about what the actual arrangement here is, whether it's with a partner bank or whether it's just with Tesla financing it themselves. We have seen Tesla do some financing themselves, and they do have, $30 billion of cash on the balance sheet. If they were to give some limited amount of low financing loans, my understanding is they don't really have to record the opportunity cost of deploying that cash into a higher return security, for example. If they're, just making 0.99%, that still shows up as interest income, right? It's less interest income than maybe you would have, but it's essentially just an opportunity cost of that money. Now you have a way to do these price cuts in a way that doesn't cause depreciation among your existing fleet, is time limited. So rather than, oh, let me wait for the next price cut, it becomes, oh, let me go get this financing offer while it's available. And that sort of pulls demand forward. And you're still able to offer the discount, but you're also, doing it in a more targeted way with, for example, them saying, okay, we need to clear out Model Y inventory. Let's do this for the Model Y for a few weeks in May. And you're able to encourage people to order early so that you're able to gear production around what they want and maximize the number of deliveries in the quarter. So I think Wall Street could be looking at this and saying, okay, if this is something they can expand, it could be a much better way for the company to deploy these incentives than just straight up price cuts.
Yeah, I think this is just financial engineering. I don't think it has much impact on fundamentals of the company. And this idea that, which I've heard at least 5 times now in this space and kind of replies as well, that this doesn't impact resale values of used vehicles is just not correct. Just imagine, for example, for illustration purposes, you have a $40,000 new vehicle, a $30,000 used vehicle, and you're a potential buyer. For the used financing, the going rate, let's say, is 10%, and the going rate for the new rate is 5%. So your two options are, for the new vehicle, $40,000 price, 5% financing, and then for the used vehicle, $30,000 price and 10% financing. If you lower the new financing from 5 to 0%, you're obviously going to have an impact on the used vehicle prices. Maybe not as much as a price cut, maybe, but I don't think there's any fact or data to support that either. I think people are kind of hoping that is the case. But all else equal, this is just financial engineering. The fundamentals of the company is driven by innovation. Okay. And the other thing I want to address, since we have new people in this space right now that we talked about last night, is like there's also another false rhetoric out there, which is, well, now that Tesla is offering subvented rates, we're going to see if Elon was correct when he says demand is low because the rates are high. Now we're going to see his correct, right? But that's false rhetoric, because Tesla offering subvented rates for its vehicles is not the same thing as the Fed lowering overall rates for the entire world, basically. So when Fed lowers rates, stock prices go up, people feel richer because they're seeing higher balances on their 401ks, their home prices go up, their home equity goes up, they feel richer, they spend more on all things, including Teslas. And unemployment goes down because companies hire more, etc. So that has multifaceted positive impact across the country that benefits consumption generally. Whereas this one is kind of like for a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, we'll see how it goes, but only for one model, just in one US, etc. That is nowhere, like, it's not even the same order of magnitude of impact. So, I wouldn't be surprised if, I hope that, let's just say, I hope that it helps Tesla sales. Okay, but we'll see. TBD.
Yeah, what encourages me is most buyers are focused on monthly payments. But there are a lot of people who are Tesla bulls who they want to keep as much money in the shares as possible. So they're looking at the Model Y now, because now you can finance it almost close to 0%. Yeah, I'm curious if Tesla ends up offering this to inventory vehicles, if they end up offering it to their used vehicles, because like other used car dealers can't offer 1% interest rates. They can, but they can adjust the price. So I'm really curious to see where this goes, and if people become aware of this, and if it gains traction from here. You make a lot of points in that it right now it is very limited. I do think it's a step in a positive direction. The low lease payments, the low monthly payments on financing. Not everyone has made a bunch of money on Tesla stock and can just buy a Tesla with their Tesla stock profits.
All right, we have a question for Bradford. If Tesla hits their 50,000 semi-run rate in 2026, this requires 7,000 additional megapacks. Tesla's current factory can only do 10,000. Will Tesla build another US megapack factory?
So 7,000 megapack equivalents. Would Tesla build another one? Well, yeah, for the Semi, the form factor of the batteries is different. And
No, I think the question is about to kind of place the mega packs with the mega chargers. Does that make sense?
oh yeah, yeah. One thing I've been wondering about with the Semi is whether or not the power demands for a mega charger site have been slowing it down, because if you have a mega charger powering 10 semis at once, you want to be able to run semis at scale. You don't want to just have like one or two. You want to be able to run them at scale, and a lot of operations do. If you're charging 10 of them at the same time, the power draw of that is pretty intense. And you almost need to have a mega pack on site to be able to do that. The problem with having to have a mega pack at your mega charger is it just raises your upfront cost of that site. So a typical mega pack right now costs around $1.5 million if you buy them in bulk. Can Tesla scale the mega packs in the US? I think so. I'm not sure what the holdup is right now, but they just doubled the lines at Megafactory Lathrop, so that there's just more conveyor belts that funnel till the end. So it used to be there were 3, there was one big bay door. Now there's 6 and there's 2 doors. We didn't really see them using that second bay area, but we may head back soon and see what's changing there. What we do know about Tesla Semi, though, is Tesla hasn't just been twiddling their thumbs for the last year or two. They're learning from the pilot with Pepsi. They're learning from running the Semi from Fremont to Giga Nevada, and I think they're beginning to run it in some other spots. And they're taking all these learnings and they're evolving the product. So they're adding refinement before they really build it in mass. They are building a factory out in Giga Nevada to be able to make more semis. I think it makes sense to run the semis in fleets and run them on solar and wind. I'm curious how the economics works if you have to put a mega pack on site. That may limit like how much Tesla can charge for each semi. Those are just the thoughts that are running around my head with that.
Okay, and Omar, any thoughts on that?
I agree.
Okay, this space has been going on for almost 4 hours. Anything else on you guys' minds? Omar, Bradford, Adrian, Michael, that we need to talk about? So I guess there's another. Michael, go ahead.
I've got one quick thing, and that's we made a coffee bet a while ago or maybe it was a week ago or so, about production and Troy's estimate. And per Troy's latest Patreon update, I'm thinking
You can't repeat the Patreon updates in here. Let's just wait until the production numbers come out. I really don't. I think it's really bad form when people start pumping their chest before the bet is over.
Okay.
Okay. Bradford.
Well, yeah, in 7 days he might post it publicly to Twitter, so to X, so can talk about it then. Can we talk about Supercharger again, or do you want to be done with Supercharger, Jan?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So we're just hearing more and more about how they're looking to hire back people. I thought initially that they would hire back between, I know it's a wide range, but 10 and 33% of the team there. There's this video from a company called Smart Charge America. It's on YouTube. It's one of their live videos. And they talk about the Tesla supercharging team toward the end. And what we heard about the Tesla supercharging team from them, and I know it's hearsay and whatever, but they said that Tesla had become bureaucratic. They had added a lot of costs and unnecessary checklists and requirements to various supercharger build out. 200-point checklist for each supercharger site, just adding complexity and time. And what the president of this company, Smart Charge America, said was that they could get a supercharger site in for less than a month, but it was taking Tesla over 6 months because of like all the layers they added. And one example he gave was that Tesla came back to him on a project and they said, well, you didn't add grass seed to the part nearest the curb, and we want to see visible grass seed on that, not just raw dirt. And it just seemed like I know you want to have good quality, but it's just like it had gotten to a point where the team was wasting time and resources from Tesla. And I think Elon was able to figure this out. And it seems like he made a good move. And I think Tesla and Elon could have done a little better job communicating it. But they did come out quickly and clarify things. But they could, possibly could have done a little sooner. Unfortunately, the media is using the whole supercharger pullback in the team to cast doubt on the whole EV transition. So I think that's a negative. But I think overall, I'm excited for Elon's engagement in Tesla and making sure that it's firing on all cylinders. And I'm curious to see how supercharging evolves over time. There may be a switch to the level 2 superchargers if you go more toward robotaxi and you're charging these at night. You could put level 2 superchargers in outlying areas and have the robotaxis go charge there at night. You don't need as strong a supercharging network. So I was just glad to see more confirmation that Elon hadn't just blown out the entire team.
Val. Val, you have to unmute yourself for us to hear you. Omar, any final thoughts on charging?
Yeah, I don't think we really know what happened. And frankly, I don't think it really matters. Like, what actually changed? No superchargers went online. Everybody said, oh my God, they let the team go. How are they ever going to figure it out? Well, they just decided to not let some people go. Oh my God, what a genius idea. So, did we really need to be involved in this at all? Did this affect any of our lives? No. It was just a bunch of people really panicking about nothing. And it seems like the impact on our lives and the company is going to be almost zero, other than the company is going to save a lot of money, that they're going to be able to invest in things that matter and maybe have a smarter, more agile supercharger team. And the last thing I'll say is just a plug for Eli Burton's new Adventures of Starman comic. I would buy these in the day of the Model 3 ramp. Check the link pinned to my profile for the Kickstarter for the new Adventures of Starman comic. He's sponsoring me for the next 2 weeks.
Thank you, Omar. I want to ask you about this new humanoid that's kind of making the circles. I'm sure you've seen the video.
Yeah, Chinese company.
Yeah, Unitree, $16,000. What do you make of it?
It's a good price point. Right in the $10,000 to $20,000 range is obviously not a mass market device, but it gets to the price range where people and companies can start buying it. So, just another humanoid company to keep an eye on. As we've said, the differentiating factor isn't really the hardware, but the software in the brains. So, who can provide an open AI like experience where you can talk to this robot and it can see and, talk to you and it's just intelligent? That's really what it comes down to. And who can manufacture them at scale? I think China is definitely um, a country that has a lot of valuable assets and skills that could be useful for making robots. They're the manufacturing center of the world. They have a competency of manufacturing and suppliers all located next to each other like you just don't get anywhere else in the world. It's not just low cost labor, this is the manufacturing center of the world. This is where manufacturing innovations come from. I mean, you remember in 2018, 2019, we used to laugh at how slow the legacy automakers were to catch up to Tesla. Now Tesla is actually the slow one compared to the Chinese automakers and how fast they're putting out products. I mean, it's just crazy there. So I would definitely be keeping an eye out on these Chinese companies too. They seem more likely to be able to mass produce something at a price like $16,000 than Figure AI or any of the American companies, frankly.
What do you think about this Zoox investigation by NHTSA?
I mean, Zook sucks, but come on, they braked and a motorcycle hit them from behind. If you're on a motorcycle, don't drive behind a Zoox, okay? That needs to be like a public service announcement. But, yeah, these things are phantom braking, they're braking hard, they're causing crashes. I'm not really sure what their plan to launch is or when this ever becomes something that is material for Amazon or Zoox. This seems like one of the next self-driving companies to go. I'm not sure how they're still running, to be honest. They've never launched any service, and I'm not sure when they plan to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can say that about a lot of Amazon services, right? Anyway.
Actually, Cruise is trying to come back online with human drivers in
Yeah,
Phoenix after their California permit was revoked.
supervised drives. So,
Cruise supervised.
yeah, Mary led.
I mean, basically, what that tells you is they just launched driverless too soon, and they had to go back to supervised. So, you can launch driverless and seem like you've solved it, but then if you haven't, they're going to kick you back down to the supervised pretty fast. And there's a lesson for Tesla there too. Don't jump the gun. If we have to stay a little too long unsupervised, that's fine. Let's wait until it's really, really flawless. And that's probably going to require, I think, an FSD 13 or 14 that incorporates a lot of these capabilities of Grok Vision and LLMs and can incorporate audio, video, and speech together to drive the car. It can talk to people outside the car, inside the car. It can hear you, it can hear sirens, and it can see video. And that's kind of, I think, what's needed. I mean, I think this version can get pretty good too, but we're talking about being able to handle everything. A crossing guard, a police officer says to the car, "Hey, you need to turn around. There was a crash up ahead." So yeah, I think it probably does need to do those three modalities.
Thank you. Bradford, what else is on your mind?
I think that's about it. I'd say, generally speaking, as an investor, the hardest thing is waiting. It's waiting for things to develop, waiting for the progress to happen. And the stock market's always testing our patience. And in order to succeed as an investor, you have to be disciplined and patient. I do think it's also like, believing in a different future, but you can't like get carried away with over optimism. But like there's a continual progress that happens over the years, and so it's in between major events, it's a lot of waiting that happens, and that for me and for many, that's the hardest thing.
The market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient.
Right. Bradford, question for you. When you look at this data coming out, YIPIT data, have you dug into it? Is there anything to it? Have you adjusted maybe your forecasts based on that data, or is there something wrong with the data?
What did you say the data was? What data?
YIPIT data showing FSD trials had a conversion rate to subscription of about 2% so far. Have you seen that tweet?
I have not. I'll have to check that out. I'd be very disappointed by that. It
Yeah, I'll pin up.
wouldn't surprise me. I know the polling from Sawyer Merritt and Whole Mars was much higher as far as the conversion to from people who went on the trial and converted. But that's a hardcore Tesla fan here on
Yeah,
X.
it's obviously biased.
There's a ton of just casual Tesla owners who know nothing of what's going on. It can be shocking how little they know or understand about Tesla. They're not nerds who are like following Tesla for between like 1 and 2 hours a day. And a lot of us who have been testing the beta, and we haven't been testing as long as Omar, but we've been on beta for a long time. We're very comfortable with it. And people who are new to it, they're still going to have a discomfort. I am disappointed if that 2% number is true.
Yeah, so I pinned it at the top. So let's kind of talk to this real quick because we have a lot of new people in the space right now. So this data was shared with us by Gordon Johnson, who everybody hates. Okay, and if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't know about it. Okay, and he was in this space. We were having a bull bear debate, and I appreciate that the language is colorful. He exaggerates things. He maybe has selects things that are maybe not material in the future, and kind of redirects attention all that. But if you just see through that 99% noise, if you just see through that, every now and then these bears and short sellers may have something valuable to say, and I think this is one of those cases. Okay. And it's in line with a lot of the discussions we had leading up to this free trial. There was a lot of debate in this space about whether Tesla should offer a free trial or not. And we kind of dug into the factors of what may drive that decision and what the ultimate result may be, the positives, the upsides, and the negatives, and all that stuff. And I think this data point, although it's not perfect, okay, it has some shortcomings. but I think indicates that maybe the conversion rate is a little lower than most people had hoped. So maybe take some time and kind of look through this, and then we can talk about it another time, if you'd like. Michael, did you dig into this a little bit more since we talked about it?
So my understanding was that this data is based on like emails that they're tracking. So people getting email notifications that you subscribed or that you have it. But the sample size was like something like 3,000, something like that is what I remember. I don't know if it's I mean, obviously it was trending up, and it's the cutoff date was May 5th, right? So, and we know a lot of people were actually the expiration didn't the expiration didn't come when it was supposed to come. So a couple people that I knew had it for a few extra days before they couldn't get it. And then also there was a person who said that they were going to get it to me. They said they were going to subscribe, and they didn't end up. Obviously, this is anecdotal, but they didn't end up subscribing. And they're saying, "Oh well, I might subscribe in a week or two when I'm going on a road trip." So I think this will trend up. I think it's kind of this data might be valid, but it's trending up. So the end result might be much higher, closer to 10, 15% is my guess.
Okay. Ashake.
Yeah, hey, thanks. About these trials, I had mentioned in the space, it was early when I joined, that I don't think it's kind of a product that would sort of lead to mass adoption yet. It wasn't. I mean, I'm blown away by the 12.3 that time, and still it wasn't something that someone off the street would just be able to pick up and use. So I was a bit skeptical on the timing of it, but also then and Omar just mentioned, right, that you give it to a layperson, they say, oh, this is shit, I don't want to use it. But two things about that. One is, yes, it takes more than a month for somebody to get comfortable with it. That's my observation, just based on my passengers. And secondly, also it was a major exercise in getting more data, right? So whether or not it leads to new subscriptions is questionable, but definitely there's no question that it led to 1 billion more miles, and what that's going to do for version 13 and 14, we can only guess. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. So you said there's no question that it led to 1 billion more miles. So you're predicting what are we going to see in the Q2 investor letter? How many miles?
Oh, so my guess is, this was not the trial has not yet gone to everyone, right? So it's just now going to sort of the older model X's and S's. So overall, the trend will be, kind of it'll show a big bounce if they publish this data. I don't know. So it'll be a huge bounce from wherever they were, 300 million or whatever.
Okay,
it was.
but I would like so maybe think about a certain number that we can bet a coffee on.
Oh,
because what
okay.
you said was no question 1 billion miles. I don't know if that's true.
No, I mean what we already saw. I'm not saying there's going to be more billion more miles coming.
Okay.
I'm saying we saw 1 billion miles get added, right? Like, or whatever.
Okay.
It went 2 billion miles, right? And it's definitely going to go down because the trial is over. But
yeah.
Yeah,
I think this trial is probably going to turn to something ongoing every now and then, maybe to boost demand a little bit here and there. But and I think, that's for good reason, right? It's an investment into getting more disengagement data. But ultimately, it's going to take maybe 12.4, 5, 6, or V13, who knows, to actually drive people to use it. And I don't think the price is the limiting factor, which I've been saying for months. I think it's just that it needs to add to someone's life in a major way for them to take this step. Most people, unlike everyone in here, most people are not risk takers. It has to be a major step change in value added. Bradford?
Yeah, I want to acknowledge it. It is a magical product. You can drive it anywhere in the U.S. The same can't be said about any other self-driving software out there. But it, the amount of distance that you drive and the presence of critical disengagements, I think, would turn off people who are less risk takers. You made a lot of great points. So I think they need to get it to a place where, just for that casual person who, maybe they're somewhat of an early adopter because they're quasi early to Tesla. We're only at 5% or whatever in the US for Teslas. Um, there most people are, they're like the early majority, and it just needs to get much more solid, precise, less critical disengagements for that crowd. So I agree with you, and I think they're going to, absent some major shocking, not so shocking breakthrough with autonomy, they will need to keep doing the trials over time.
Omar?
Well, they definitely haven't added 1 billion miles yet because they're at 1 billion miles cumulatively. So maybe a few 100 million miles so far. Certainly it's been a lot of intervention data, but I think it kind of is what it is. If you're a kind of person who wants to use this, who doesn't mind if sometimes it tries to crash into things and you're going to be ready to take over, then go ahead and use it and subscribe to it. But if you're a normal person who doesn't care about learning something new and just wants to drive themselves and is maybe a little bit afraid or uncomfortable trying it, or maybe you don't like the nag or a million other reasons, then you're not going to subscribe. I mean, it's a lot of money, $1,200 a year. You better really like it. And, they may not subscribe in the first few days, but let's see how they feel again in a few months. Let's see how they feel. People say better. Keep addressing the pain points that are keeping people from subscribing, and it'll say a lot when they actually do.
Ashay, and then Earl.
Yeah, completely agree there with both the earlier speakers. To me, there was a huge incentive to adopt it even in version 10, because I hate to drive, especially a compact SUV that the Y is, and even the imperfect output from those versions in 12.6 was enough of an incentive to just do it, right? Like I just don't like to drive in traffic. But I saw during the trials, and I live in San Diego, so there's a lot of Teslas everywhere. People still were driving themselves, right? They had the trial, they had the opportunity to take this, but they weren't, right? And that leads me to think that there are more people than what you would imagine, especially people from around my age, that like driving, maybe, right? It's not completely like a task they don't want to do, but also given there are gaps in the how smooth the software works, that there's not yet that jump where it's just like, okay, this is just much better, easier, let me go there. So there's still maybe version 13 required for everything to kind of be apples to apples.
Yeah, I don't think it's that people like driving. I mean, how many people take their cars on a track? How many people go for a ride, for a joyride on the weekend? Just like I do that when I have a car, but most people don't do that. Most people don't want to be in traffic. They would rather have a chauffeur if they could afford it. But FSD is just not there. Like to the extent that you still have to pay attention and in some people say even more attention than driving, then it's not a value add at this point. But it's on the way there, and I believe in the way that Tesla's doing it to get there too, because that's a more scalable, low cost way of doing it. But that's not the limiting factor that people like to drive. Most people don't like to drive. Okay. What is the limiting factor is that they can't be on their phones. That's what people want to do. They want to be on text, on email, watching a movie, or sleeping, or conversing, not paying attention, having to pay attention to it. If they can't do that, then it's going to be huge take rates. Obviously, Tesla is about to remove the steering wheel nag, but you still have to keep your eyes on the road, right? When that goes, I think we'll see a big take rate increase. Whether it's free, $99 or $199 a month, I don't think the price is going to matter at that point too much. And then the other thing is these things just take time. It's like technology adoption. People need to hear it from their friends, from their trusted sources instead of the company itself. Most people are not early adopters of technology. So those things are going to take time. There might be some legal adoption issues, approval issues. There's going to be some hiccups, I'm sure, in one jurisdiction. And then also, it is an extra payment. The interest rates are high. Unemployment rate is ticking up a little bit lately. The quit rates are down, meaning people aren't feeling as secure in the job market, because when the job market is tight, quick rates go up. People are changing jobs for more money, etc. That's also down. So all of these things play into the decision that that results in this lower than expected take rate that we saw. So I wouldn't just chalk it up to people don't like driving or like driving. Akshay?
Yeah, I wasn't chalking up to it, but I do think there is some amount of that because people were, clearly not as motivated as me, who were even to get like a 10.6, to drive on the streets. But anyway, that's fair. Absolutely. That's just a factor, I think. But what I wanted to ask is, then why is this question significant that this is only 2%, or, sort of other than prompting this discussion, why do others and you or anybody else think that something better could have come from this trial? Or is that
I
some
didn't
sort
think
of
so.
like,
I didn't think
okay.
so. The
But
reason
I'm
why I'm
just saying,
highlighting is the reason why I'm highlighting this is two reasons. One, most everyone in the community was very optimistic about this. Okay, so there's room for improvement in predicting consumer behavior, obviously, in the group. And then two, the reason why we know this data is because of Gordon Johnson, a person that everybody hates. Okay, and I think that we should take a step back and try to really try to see through the 99% of the noise for that 1% of value. Everybody has value. Okay, every single person offers value. The noise is really the varying factor, I think, a lot of times. Adrian, Earl, then Omar.
Yeah, I don't particularly hate Gordon Johnson. I think some of his takes are, of course, kind of weird, but it's actually interesting to talk to him. Like, personally, I would talk to him any day of the week over someone like, say, for instance, Dano Dowd. Like, that guy actually makes sense to a certain extent and isn't just annoying and gaslights you all the time. His facts are just wrong. That's it.
Earl,
Sometimes.
and then Omar.
Hey, just another thought too on the take rate. If I remember back to when I first started using autopilot, there is a period of time where it's just really weird to have the car turning and stopping and slowing, and you have to adjust to that a little bit. Like there's that. It took me a bit till I felt it was value added on the highway because it was just so novel and new. And I think within a short time frame for a trial that might come into play as well. I also wanted to throw in that I just took a 4+ hour drive up here in Alaska, which of course probably has like zero data. I don't know how many FSD cars are up here, but pretty impressive all the way there and back. And honestly, the only mistakes that it made were when it switches from version 12, I guess it goes to 11, whatever the normal highway driving is, and it made a couple quirky errors. But if it was on normal 12, it was like flawless all the way there and back, and was definitely value added for me, and was a stress reliever not to be worrying about all of those roads on the way there. But hopefully they'll get that where it's just, I don't know, it needs to be, Omar, I'm sorry, like is that not single stack to 12 on the bigger highways?
Omar?
Yeah, I think it's still the old stack on the highways.
Yeah, I could tell the difference. And then these roads were like just small enough, but just big enough where it would go back and forth. So I went through there's a lot of construction. As soon as it gets nice out in Alaska, it's bananas. So tons of construction. Every time it was on 12, no problem, right through the cones, like an expert. If it was on 11, it would, didn't know what it was doing. And it was like, just what we're used to. But anyway, if it was single stack all the way, I don't know if I would have touched the wheel for hours other than charging. So just wanted to throw that in. Hello, everybody.
Omar?
Yeah, I agree with Earl. I definitely do feel more stressed on the highway about, for example, it making it over in time or things like that. Compared to 12 on the city streets, I feel much more relaxed. It's just much more successful at doing the maneuvers it needs to do. But I was going to make a point about just what you said, tech adoption, right? So when computers came out and you had like the Apple one and you had to type, commands into the computer, and very few people had a computer. People would say back then, will we really get to a world where everybody has a computer in their house? And that sounded crazy to people. And the interface was really hard. You had to be a total geek. But they kept working on it. They made it easier to use. They made a graphical user interface. Over time, people adopted, and there were still people who, did their bookkeeping by hand or whatever, and they didn't like doing bookkeeping. They just were slow to adopt technology. And even today, there's some people who still won't use technology and, want to do things the old way. So the adoption of any technology kind of takes some time. I think it's definitely the same thing here. I mean, it's a big change in how you get around. And the system we have today, as amazing as it is, it's the best thing we've ever seen so far, but it's still very primitive. It makes a lot of mistakes. It requires you to pay attention. When you don't have to pay attention, or when you can send the car out, that's obviously a completely different thing, akin to, I think, computers getting, a graphical user interface. So, it is what it is. I'm still not sure if it's as low as 2% as the YIPIT data suggests. I could see it being, anywhere from 5 to 10% maybe. But regardless of what it is, whether it's 2% or 20% or 30%, we just need to keep going and make the software better and make it more appealing to the mass market consumer. And that is ultimately the vote. How many people choose to buy it? If people are buying it, then it's a success as a product. It doesn't even matter if they ever achieve driverless. As long as people are buying it and liking it, that's a business. If people aren't buying it, then that shows you still have a long way to go.
Grant, please be nice.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, appreciate the willingness to admit Gordon and Bears provide some value. That's nice. In terms of the adoption rate, you guys have kind of said this in passing over the last few minutes that it's not necessarily going to spike until people don't have to pay attention, which is L3. I'm wondering why we can't, honestly, why we can't acknowledge the value of L3 and maybe see if there's a possibility for FSD to get approved under certain circumstances for L3 usage. Like, that does make a difference. That would jump the take rate. I feel like I hear you guys say L3 sucks and is the worst, but then you also kind of admit as you speak in these spaces that like, oh, well, if you didn't have to pay attention, that'd be fantastic. I'm sure a lot of people would pay for that. I don't know how to reconcile the two.
Sorry, I was creating, I missed what you said. But
I think removing the nag helps. I think if you can really not pay attention in a meaningful way, like on the highway, not just in a traffic jam or something, that definitely helps. So yeah, I mean, making the features better helps, but this is a big change for people. It's not necessarily going to happen overnight. And I wouldn't give the Bears, full credit yet. I mean, they did point out this data, but I think the jury is still out on what long-term conversion and retention looks like. I think what we need to look at here is not only how many of the free trials convert within a period of time, but really what the number of users stays at and what retention looks like over, let's say, a several month period or after a year period. If they subscribe, but then they end up canceling after a few months because they get sick of it or have a experience that scares them, that's just as important as if they had never subscribed at all.
Grant.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it this way, and this is an admission here. Like, if Tesla were to pursue, like, FSD V12 seems great. Like, I don't know how far it might be from, L3 on highways, but I could see it happening, certainly. I mean, if they pursued that, that would scare the shit out of me as a bear, because that's super valuable to people, and I feel like people would pay for it, and I would like actually get really nervous. I'd probably close my positions. Like, that would be really bad. It seems like it'd be easier to get there than L4, because you could have I mean, I'm not an expert on the science or like the technology, right? I'm just saying that's just an open admission from a bear that L3 seems like it'd be a good place to go.
Ashay.
I appreciate the candor from Grant. It's true, and I wanted to have a word about L3, which is what I see so far happening with the SAE standards, which I respect, no question about that. I've worked, by the way, with Sam Abul Samed, who has written the Navigant report. I was in Navigant when it was Navigant, so I know the process. Anyway,
You came up with that chart?
No, no, not at all. I have worked with in the same. I was on the energy and sustainability side of the business, and he was on the transportation. But we worked on projects where I have worked with his team, with his colleagues to present whatever some of the automotive findings, but never the uh, uh, the what is it called? The AV chart, whatever he used to call it. I don't know. He doesn't work there anymore, I think. Neither do I. But anyway, so I have respect for SAE standards. Spend some time looking at those, although not for customers or clients. But the problem there, is what Mercedes has done, right? It doesn't tell you, right, how capable the entire system is. You start putting in these caveats, around these capabilities, that it does these capabilities in a specific set of conditions, which just means that you can just randomly turn on and off whether you are in L3 or not, right? And the problem is you can't build a reliable anything with it other than like a feature set that you ask customers to pay extra for or something like that. But in terms of actually creating long-term value, as Omar was saying, improving the product over time until the point that customers think, yes, this is something I want. Like, instead of typing in command prompts on a DOS prompt, I have windows where I can click around. Yeah, so once that product is ready, obviously you expect customers to pick it up. So that's what I feel about L3. It's a bit of a distraction because you can put in all these guardrails around these features and then just say, oh, the car can be in and out of L3 whenever you want, right? When the conditions don't apply. And so it doesn't really, it's not worth the autopilot team's time to actually, kind of get into that. Yeah.
60 miles an hour, raise it up to 80 miles an hour. And then finally, city streets, turn off the cabin camera for that too, starting in traffic jams, then at higher speeds. And then once you are allowing people to look at their phones, do whatever, you could still maybe beep at them if they need to take over. Then you're well on your way to just removing the driver entirely. So I do think Tesla will start to do more unsupervised features as they're ready in the parking lots and the highways. But obviously, they're not really ready for that yet. It's still making a lot of errors. They haven't gone end to end on the highway yet, which is something they need to. But I definitely wouldn't consider it a distraction. That is the goal, ultimately.
Henry.
Hey, gentlemen. Question for Omar. The way that they came up with, or that website that Gordon showed us, the way they came up with that 2% conversion rate was it was looking for emails from Tesla saying that the trial has started, and then it would look for an email saying that uh a confirmation that they have purchased the FSD.
That they've subscribed, yeah.
So I did that yesterday. My trial ended. I upgraded, and I never got an email confirming that I subscribed. So
Did you get an email saying you got the free trial?
I did get an email saying I got the free trial. My trial started. I even got an email saying, my trial is about to expire, but I never got. And then when I upgraded to the $99 a month, I never got a confirmation email. It's like, oh, you've upgraded or whatever. So I don't know how that would have caught, my transaction. Just
Well, that's
FYI.
interesting. Like I mentioned when we first discussed this email receipt data, Yipit has an email client called Edison where they monitor people's mail and use that to generate analytics. There are a lot of sort of issues. What if someone had a 3-month trial from getting a referral? What if someone got the free trial, but they'd already subscribed before they got the free trial because existing subscribers still got the 1 month free? So there's a lot of errors that could have potentially been made. It's possible that, Tesla's email servers weren't working. It's possible that Tesla shut down the email confirmations after they realized that they were being tracked. But it's a little bit of speculation, based on one person's, email. So, like I said, this is all the data we have so far. Once we have more data, that should give us a clearer picture of what the conversion rate actually looks like.
Grant.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think it's heavily precise. It could be 3%, it could be 4%. It is a representative sample size. But the way that it's not 30% is that Tesla didn't talk about it on their earnings call. That was one of my key takeaways from the Q1 earnings.
It would be
call.
too early. It would be too early.
They would have been able to say something if the numbers had been good.
No, most people aren't going to subscribe until the end. They wouldn't have the data, but you could have said something like they didn't tweet about it. We didn't hear many people on X. Like, you have a lot of evidence, and then you went with that.
That's true. You can disagree. That's my opinion. But they absolutely, if it was 100% conversion rate based on expired trials, we would have heard about it on that earnings call.
All right. Any other questions, comments?
I don't think any trials had expired by the time the earnings call happened. As a matter of fact, trials are still going out right now. So
yeah,
the next earnings call, that could be telling. If they say anything, then that's one indication. If they don't say anything, then Grant's right. It's probably bad.
Henry, are you still on AMD? Looks like Henry's busy. I see Miss Jillian in the audience. If she would like to come up and talk about her rides with Dan O'Dowd, I would appreciate that. I think that would be helpful. maybe we can get some color about some of these videos that are circulating. So if Miss Chilean come up, that would be great.
She's pretty shy. That's probably the problem.
She's come up a couple of times before, but she doesn't usually every time she's in space. Michael?
Did we talk about that Tesla is now running ads to vote for shareholder proposals?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Sawyer
Where?
posted it. Sawyer posted it just recently.
Wow. Going all out. Let's see what Sawyer posted. Sawyer says if Tesla is going to spend money advertising this stuff, they should also do paid ads promoting the Model Y's new special loan rate of 0.99% in US. And 30 minutes ago, he said Tesla's now running paid advertisements on Google search and X, encouraging Tesla shareholders to vote in the upcoming stockholder meeting. I think it's going to be the biggest retail participation on any stockholder vote in history of United States financial markets.
So they're spending the company's money so that Elon gets his compensation package.
Tesla has released a new letter to Tesla shareholders. It says, Tesla, dear fellow stockholder, we need your vote on two especially important proposals on this year's annual stockholders meeting. Proposals that are critical to the continuation of Tesla's mission and extraordinary growth. Vote for Proposal 3, reincorporating Tesla in the state of Texas. Vote for Proposal 4, ratification of the 2018 CEO Performance Award. These proposals are critical to Tesla's future. I'll pin it at the top so you guys can read it along with me. Let me just accept these couple of requests. Back to reading. These two proposals are incredibly important to the future of our company and to your present and future investments. You voted to approve the 2018 CEO Performance Award 6 years ago, and time has shown the wisdom of your collective judgment. You have the chance to uphold the outcome of your vote, make your voice and your vote heard by voting for these two proposals today. For additional information, please visit votetesla.com. Thank you for your continued support. Sincerely, Robin Denholm, Chair of the Board. Okay. All right, so we have a new letter that went out. And man, we have a lot of people requesting to speak. Wow. Hot button issue. Michael.
There's actually more. Tesla just filed like a Schedule 14A, which requires them to disclose all the communications that are going out about the shareholder proposal. So there's like, I don't know, 6 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 pages of stuff that went out.
Wow. All right, let's go to Earl, then Yoda, then Amy.
I was just going to say, you didn't read the very bottom. It said that if Elon doesn't stay, they're going to turn into Rivian. I'm surprised they wrote that.
Yeah, I'm surprised my tweet didn't show up in a SEC filing. It's ridiculous. No, but I do think so, though. If anybody disagrees with me on that, they're welcome to request to speak and debates their side. Yoda?
Yeah, this vote, and obviously on these two specific items, is really critical. And I would just encourage all your listeners, everyone listening, if you're a shareholder, to cast your vote. And just know that sometimes when the proxies come in, they come in waves. So as an example, today I received 2 more letters. And so I had to, further vote for another round.
Thank you. Amy?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this seems to me that all this communication the board is doing is just addressing what the judge dinged them on the last time, which is not explaining to shareholders what's going on and how important things are. So this is really good to see.
Nick, Anurag, and then Grant. Nick? Nick, you have to unmute yourself for us.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add in regards to, I guess, the marketing, because Sawyer brought that up. I saw that tweet. I agree. I mean, Tesla has some great offers right now. This is 0.99 APR. EV sales in 2023, new sales were 18% of the overall market. I see that decisions were made to rehire parts of the supercharging team, which is very commendable.
Nick, we're focused on the topic of compensation plan right now. Do you have anything to say on that?
Not on the compensation plan right now.
Okay, thank you. Grant?
Yeah, this is sincerely not a trolley comment. I feel like I'm reading things from law professors or lawyers who are casting doubt on the ability of this comp plan to pass legally. And I'm seeking out voices who are not, unapologetic Tesla bulls. Like, is there a law professor, expert on comp, et cetera, who feels that using this particular section to get this passed works? Because I haven't seen much on that front.
Oh, you're welcome. How are you?
Good, thanks.
So we have a couple of news that you posted, we just talked about. Would you like to elaborate on the ads that went out on the compensation plan, or the letter that went out, or anything else you're seeing?
Yeah, so after market close, we got a Schedule 14A SEC filing from Tesla. And basically anything that's related to shareholder vote or shareholder interest type stuff, Tesla is required to file an SEC filing associated with that, which is why we see every time that Elon quote posts or interacts with something related to the shareholder vote on X, Tesla is required to file a new filing for that. Yeah, but essentially they've done this a few times already. This one is notable though, because when I opened it, I saw that they included some advertisements that they're doing. And I don't think Tesla's ever been this active in trying to get as much participation in a shareholder vote. I don't think they've ever done paid advertising encouraging people to vote as well. It feels like it's not a great look, in my opinion, to stop all advertising and then to start advertising this type of stuff. I really think if Tesla's going to advertise this type of stuff, they should also advertise, the Model Y's new special loan rate of 0.99% in the US. That seems like it'd be worthwhile. But certainly an interesting move. I don't know if Elon's was notified that this would be happening or if someone else did this. I have to imagine he knew it would happen, but be curious to see if this advertising lasts.
Omar?
Imagine you're a Tesla bag holder. You bought a Model 3 at the height of the pandemic. You paid $80,000 for it. Then you invested all in Tesla at $400. The stock's now at 170. You're begging Elon on X. Elon, please advertise. Advertise these products so I don't lose so much money. And he says, we're going to cancel all advertising. Then one day, you're doing a Google search. You finally see a Tesla ad. You jump up in excitement. Oh my God, they're finally running an ad. And it's an ad telling you to vote for Elon's compensation package. You think you're going to vote yes when you see that ad? I don't know.
Who wants to follow that? Anurag?
I just want to add for the workplace accounts, I had a Fidelity brokerage link account. I called them up 2 weeks ago saying, hey, I haven't received the material. I got the material for my regular account, but not for the workplace account and the brokerage link account. What's up with that? They're like, oh, it will be there in 1 week. Now they said, last week they said it will be there in next week. So today I didn't receive it. I just called them up, got the control number on the phone. Same case with my wife. She hasn't received it. So if you have any workplace accounts, brokerage link accounts with Fidelity or any other broker, just keep an eye, look at, tally all your shares that you have voted.
Thank you. I mean, it's almost like this process appears to be so complicated and complex that it's probably just best to call your broker anyway, and just make sure you've voted all your shares. Yoda?
Yeah, there's sometimes you receive proxy vote letters for another stock that you own, and you can actually, after completing voting for that company, you can actually it'll actually display the other companies that you own under that particular account, and so you can actually follow through and vote. So as an example, following voting for Tesla, I saw that there was a link on the page to vote for TSMC, which I then voted as an example.
Amy?
Yeah, to your point about calling your broker, I actually went back and looked at my emails. I usually keep all my emails, and I could not find, until I called my broker, an email to vote my shares for Tesla.
Thank you. Grant?
Yeah, my personal opinion is that this level of communication around it means they're worried. And I'm curious how the continued drip of, asks to remember to vote and all of that might be impacting the group's perception of how likely it is that this passes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that says much about how they expect the vote to go. I will say that I think they recognize that traditionally retail shareholder participation in these votes is really low, and that's partly because they haven't done much themselves to garner a lot of interest from retail shareholders in previous votes, mostly because they haven't really needed to for the most part. But as I shared a few weeks ago in a post, I feel like this compensation vote is so important to Tesla's future and to Elon's future at the company. And I think the board recognizes that. And I think it's a big risk potentially if it were to get struck down. So they're doing everything they can to get as many people voting as possible. And it's more likely that retail shareholders will vote yes, probably, than maybe the average institutional shareholder. I don't know, maybe not. It's just a speculation.
Omar, do you think Tesla's worried about this vote? Do you think this increased ads, it's sort of mean they're worried, or I guess they are.
Well, I don't think they have access to the vote tallies in real time, or maybe they do. But I think they kind of just need to do everything they can to increase the turnout. They can't really risk it. So we'll see what the result actually is in a month. Do I think it's for sure going to pass? No, I don't think it's for sure going to pass. If I had to place a bet, I'd probably say I think it will. But there couldn't be a worse time for Elon to be doing this vote, right? If the share price was higher, if people were happier, then it would be easier. There's a lot of people upset with him right now. So it's not a sure thing, not at all. But I can't predict what the vote's going to be.
Yeah. Do you guys think this is more to get, let's more of the participation percentage versus the last one? Because I think that might be the case.
Yeah, this is going to be a record turnout in the history of the stock market.
Yeah,
Grant?
I think participation is going to be really high for sure.
Yeah, Grant?
I mean, I think participation might be low compared to other companies that have a higher portion of the shares owned by institutional investors. I mean, this idea of spending money on ads to get people to do it is definitely, to Sawyer's point, designed to get more retail people out. And I just don't see why, you know, in an environment where they're cutting a lot of expenses, they would decide to spend money here unless they were worried about the outcome not being what they wanted. I mean, I don't know. I'm a bear, but in my mind, it feels obvious that they're worried about the result.
Ken?
This vote. All right.
Ken, you're far away. Ken, you're super far away. You're like on a different planet. Okay, Colin, while Ken figures it out, Colin?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to say about the, I just joined, so I don't know, like, exactly where we are in the conversation, but I know it's about the voting. That's, like, kind of the last thing I heard. My concern is, I wonder if, like, there's just so many forces against Elon, and I think mostly it might even be politically why they want to, like, ruin him and just make it so, like, the stock price is low. So there's, like, a lot of bad press on his side, just to, like, basically make the Tesla community's morale like go really low to the point where people are going to vote no, and they're going to just make sure he can't get that money that he honestly he deserves, because he did meet the goal that was in the plan. And so I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts as far as what you guys think about it being more politically motivated, even outside of just investing in stocks. Because I think there's like short sellers that would love to see the Tesla stock go down. But I think it's even more than that. And so it just does definitely have me worried, because I think Elon might even end up going to just like XAI and having all his engineers that are at Tesla for his, robo, or the Tesla bot, I mean, they're just going to move over to the other company.
Grant and then Omar.
Yeah, I asked this question earlier and didn't get an answer. I think it's a reasonable question. Is there an unbiased legal expert that thinks this package will go through even if the vote is yes? There are a lot that say it won't, even if the vote goes through.
Ken.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. If the vote goes through on his compensation package, then what that does is sets Tesla up for what's called a 205 hearing under the Delaware laws. And they will go back in front of a judge and argue why the compensation package should be given to Elon. Now, that's contingent if there is somebody who objects to the vote. Now, I don't know if anybody is aware of somebody with maybe 6 billion reasons to object or not, but I'm highly anticipate this going back in front of McCormick for a decision. She has free range to decide this however she wants, this new vote. She can say the new vote is good and it satisfies the entire fairness test and allows it to go through while still allowing the original case to go up on appeal. She can merge the two cases if she wants, but I highly doubt that, because that's not what this section of the law was designed to do. Or she can just say, no, it's not good, and just allow the original case to go forward. So either way the vote goes, Tesla's back in court. Now, with the issue of the move to Texas, that also will be challenged in court. I have no doubt about it. However, Tesla is taking the proper steps to make a great argument why it should be allowed to go through. And those steps were laid out in a decision earlier this year with TripAdvisor. TripAdvisor tried to move from Delaware to Nevada. TripAdvisor was ruled to be a controlled entity, meaning they went under the entire fairness test. The court and the shareholders voted against the move. But ultimately, the court allowed the move to Nevada. So either way, how you answer on any of these issues, Tesla's going to end up back in court on both of them.
Adrian.
So a quick question: what if they were to reincorporate before the vote happens? They still have to be in court for this, for the compensation package?
No, it would get challenged by a shareholder. If they decide just to up and move before the vote, it would get challenged. They'd be sued. They're doing it the correct way by doing the required disclosures and letting the shareholders vote on it. So I think when they get sued, the court is going to allow it, and it's not going to be an issue.
Omar.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt they'll be in court. They never really left court. As a public company, you're doing shareholder litigation all the time. But what matters is, what are you going to say in court? And if shareholders approved this after the fact, after knowing everything, knowing about the lawsuit, knowing he's going to get the full compensation package, the judge doesn't run the company. The shareholders own the company. So their voice matters ultimately. If they say yes, it'll be very meaningful to Judge McCormick. And if they say no, then it's going to make it a lot harder to grant this compensation plan.
Grant.
Yeah, I'm going to drop a link to an amicus brief that this guy Charles Elson submitted today. He's like he's got a Wikipedia page about how he's an expert in corporate governance. That was like, yeah, this is a joke. This is never going to work. It's going to get struck down. It shouldn't even be a thing. So I'm being a little, I'm a bear here, but like, is there anyone with any weight, and no offense, beyond the guy with the Tesla bot as his avatar, who says like, yeah, this is going to work?
I can answer that. The answer is no.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't feel good, right? It feels like this might be another lawsuit that just is Elon, tilting at windmills.
Correct. Yeah. This section that they're trying to get this through is not designed to do what it is that they're asking the court to do. There is no history of this working the way Tesla is trying to do it. None. Zip, zero, zilch.
But is there a history of what Judge McCormick did to Tesla? I feel like
Yes.
this is all unique.
No, it's not. Director's compensation has been struck down in the Delaware court before.
At this level and this size?
At this level and this size, no, because nobody's ever put a compensation package in front of the court of this magnitude.
Even when shareholders approved it?
Yes.
Sorry to be a downer. I'm going to run.
Ken, don't you think with all this communication that the board is doing now, that the judge is going to have a harder time striking down his compensation package if we vote yes on it?
That's a great question. I wish I had more confidence that she would. But I don't think that she's going to. And we use the court of public opinion through the shareholder letters to the court to make this argument to her for this very purpose. Right? But ultimately, she has the law on her side, I believe, and that this section of the law is not designed to do what Tesla is asking it to do. It's designed to fix minimal problems with compensation in the first place. It's not designed to fix major problems like being found to have misled your shareholders in breach of fiduciary duty. That's not what this law was designed to do.
But we're talking about this package, the same package, and we're going to, again, approve it. Let's say we do that. And they've communicated about it. So it seems like it's going to be a lot harder for her to interfere. Otherwise, why do we even vote? She's just going to run the company for us.
No, she's not running the company. She said, I'm putting you back. I'm rescinding this compensation package. Go back to your original positions and come up with something. Tesla's response was to put the same package to a vote under Section 204 of the Delaware law. That's not what that section was designed to do. Now, when you go into when somebody objects, we go into the 205 hearing, and they go back in front of the court and they argue their positions. The judge has a wide discretion on how she can rule. I'm hoping that she splits the baby and says, since you went back and you disclosed everything and you did a good job on that, I'm going to take that vote as good, allow the compensation package from this point forward, but the original action stays, and you're going to argue that on appeal.
So
that's what I think the best outcome is.
She had to provide a remedy, correct? And that remedy is better disclosure, correct?
No, that remedy was to put the parties back into their original position.
But then again, she still had to, if whatever compensation package gets put up, her original complaint was you did not disclose enough, board, about this compensation package, even though the shareholders approved it, correct?
Our argument was that the company misled the shareholders in their disclosures.
Okay, so as long as that doesn't happen again, we are good. Because
that's the theory. That's what Tesla is trying to argue by bringing this 204 maneuver, by putting it to another vote and getting a fully disclosed vote on the books. That's what Tesla's trying to do, yes.
Ken, are you able to, just off the top of your head, give specific examples of when a CEO's shareholder approved incentive-based pay package was struck down by a Delaware court after the CEO had already achieved the milestones in the pay package?
I would have to go back to my notes and research. So I can do that at another time. I can supplement it if you'd like.
Ken, do you think that they're doing a good job so that they won't have this same problem with the judge saying they didn't disclose enough?
Yes, I like what they've done, but that's not what this section is designed to do. And I'm very curious as to what the judge is going to do. She would be following precedent by denying it in total, because the courts have ruled that that's not the specific purpose for 204. So she would be within her rights. Okay, it's not a technical defect. It's not a remedy of incidental harm. It's not a plain vanilla corporate issue. She ruled that the board of directors misled the shareholders. This is and another legal expert has said it, a Band-Aid law to corporate boards of directors. this isn't a minor cut that the board did. This is by misleading a major gaffe.
Any questions for Ken? Please request to speak. Ken, what do you think is the probability of a positive outcome here?
I guess you'd have to define probable outcome. I don't want to seem like I'm being vague or anything, but to me, as a shareholder, what I want to see is the move to Texas approved, and the board of directors move on with compensating Elon under the new corporation based out of Texas with the preferred shares and the common shares, a combination of the two.
Answer?
Yeah, on the same note, Ken, let's say if Tesla moves to Texas, can Delaware still have power to continue?
I'm sorry, the last part broke up.
Yeah, can Delaware court still have the power to continue even if Tesla moves to Texas?
Delaware retains the jurisdiction of the original case, yes.
Can Tesla then, after, let's say, moving to Texas, let's say Elon's compensation package goes down, can they open a new case in Texas and sort of fight back that way?
Elon would be compensated according to any laws of Texas at that point. Delaware would be totally out of the picture. So if a shareholder wanted to object, it would be in Texas using the Texas courts.
Thank you so much.
Any questions for Ken while we have him? Please request to speak. Bull 2035.
Hey, Ken, isn't one of the issues how this is structured? Because if the vote was for prospective, that is future earnings, we could vote for that for Elon, let's say for the next 5 years, which would take it out of the case, right? Because isn't the issue wasting? Isn't that how the court's looking at it?
I'm not sure I totally understand the question. Are you talking about any new compensation while they're in Delaware or any new compensation while they're in Texas?
So
Bull, your sound quality is really low. Can you get closer to the phone or change AirPods or something?
Just a second. Is this any better?
No, but continue.
Okay, so my issue is if the vote was for future compensation, but he's essentially getting paid for what he's already earned, but we're going to say it's future compensation, wouldn't that avoid this issue, particularly if then the move is to Texas, because then it'll be up to the Texas courts to decide? Because I've heard a little bit about this, and the structural issue I've heard is that it's trying to go back for past, but if they did its future, it wouldn't be the same issue.
Yeah, it's all on how they structure it. Yes, you're correct. Could they move to Texas and then come up with a new compensation that compensates them for past actions and future all in one package? The answer to that, I think, would be yes. But I'm sure there'd be some sort of shareholder somewhere that would object to it. But I think in the long run, the answer would be yes.
All right, thank you. Sorry, Yaman, about my voice.
Yoda?
Either Delaware or Texas better sharpen their pencils, or Elon's gonna move to China and work for Tesla China.
Dansu?
Hey, one more question for Ken. Ken, so let's say if you're Elon at this point, is there anything that he can do to sort of have the upper hand on this legal battle, if you will?
wait until Texas, or wait until Tesla reincorporates in Texas and get compensated through Texas, which I think that plan has already been explained to Elon, and he's on board with that. That's just pure speculation on my part from reading the proxy statement and the dates of the meetings and who they were with and what I think they talked about and the following actions after that meeting. I think all this was explained to him, and that they have a plan for compensating him in Texas that will net to everything that Elon wants.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful.
Adrian, any other thoughts on the matter?
Not particularly, just absorbing still. Except I don't think that he will be moving out of the USA to do business elsewhere. That would be unwise.
Yeah. Ken, let me ask you a couple more questions and then we can wrap it up. Before that, this space has been going on for more than 5 hours. If you'd like to support the space, the link is at the top of our screens. Through Patreon, you can do so. Ken, so what's the most, let's put some predictions on paper, if you don't mind, so that we can come back and do a postmortem analysis later. What do you think is the most likely outcome here for both proposals that Tesla highlighted as most important? Let's start there.
I think the compensation package gets approved by the shareholders, goes back to court. McCormick denies it, and the original action goes forward. The move to Texas gets approved, and they move to Texas and come up with a new compensation plan for Elon.
And what probability do you assign to that outcome?
To the Texas move, I am 75% sure that that's going to go through, because I think the compensation package has raised enough awareness, and that will allow the Texas reincorporation to get through easily. I don't think a whole lot of time has been spent on that, so I think that will get approved the easiest, and it's going to be down to the wire for the compensation package.
You think it's 50-50 for the package?
For the compensation package, I think it's 50-50.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. And you said earlier, is there anything Elon or retail investors can do at this point to ensure a positive outcome for the company?
Other than voting as many times and as often as you can, there's not much you can do. Just keep raising awareness like they're doing.
Okay, great. And every time, anytime you find new information that you'd like to share with the group, you're welcome to request to speak, obviously. And thank you very much for all the insight you've shared. And yeah, I mean, you've helped so many people. And I do recommend people to call up their brokers, make sure you vote all of your shares. Every broker seems to have slightly different process. And there's a lot of ways people can fall through the cracks on this process, it appears. So, call your broker anyway and just ask a question. How can I make sure I vote all my shares? And they'll walk you through it. All right. I think this is probably enough for today. This space has been going on for more than 5 hours. Thank you very much, everybody. We talked quite a few topics. I do recommend going back to the beginning of the conversation and kind of scrolling through to see if there's a topic you're interested in. And I will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central. Take care. Have a good one.